Ms. Dillard says, my experience with Autoflex leasing was exceptional. They were persistent in attempting to get the kind of car I wanted with low miles at a price that was in my budget. Autoflex kept me informed every step of the way, and the results of their efforts is an extraordinary car and an extraordinarily satisfied customer. I'm proud to refer my associates to Autoflex Leasing. Ms. Rickles says, Autoflex provided us with extraordinary service. This came at a time when we were dealing with some trying issues. If we had gone to a dealership, the stress would have been intolerable. Autoflex made it all go away and got us the exact car we wanted in the easiest way possible. Autoflex is a jewel among car companies and will always be the one company we turn to for all future business. Well, that kind of says it all, doesn't it? You too can lease a new or pre-owned car and leave with the same great feeling. Simply call 972-234-1234 to reach Autoflex Leasing today or check them out online at autoflex.com.
Autoflex Lease, oh yeah.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Join us for extra innings after every game on 105.3 The Fan. And give a shout out to Uber Eats for teaming up with us and delivering home run deals to you and your family all season long. Check out their all-star lineup of restaurants, the best selection you'll find on the Uber Eats app. You'll score a win every time you order when you take advantage of the many offers available from their partner restaurants. Download the Uber Eats app and make them a part of your game plan all season.
Let the good times roll. Rangers win 15-8. Welcome in here. Extra innings on your home of the first place Rangers, brought to you by Uber Eats, delivering home run deals to you all season long. We're back with Mike Peasley to talk about this win, where the Rangers go next here on 105.3 The Fan. Here with you. Wanted to take a moment and chat.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
At GiveMeTheVin.com, we like pretty cars. We like nice cars. We'll pay extra. If you think you've got a good one, go to GiveMeTheVin.com. We'd love to buy it.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Yes, sir. Welcome in here. Extra innings on your home of the first place Rangers. 15-8, they get the win. Extra innings brought to you by Uber Eats, delivering home run deals to you all season long. As Mike Peasley in studio with us to talk about the latest Rangers victory. And a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. 4 in a row, longest winning streak of the season. 5 games above 500 for the first time. And Rangers doing it on the road.
Let's go. And do we have sufficient reason to believe the offense is putting it together now?
They can face Ross Stripling every time. They've tattooed that poor guy from South Lake Carroll 2 times in the starts that he's had, because the first time he went 6 innings and gave up 6 runs and 11 hits. And today, he goes an inning and 2/3 and gives up 11 runs and 10 hits. So they've got Ross Stripling's number. But no, it was good to see. You had multiple guys. 6 different guys had a multi-hit game today for the Rangers. So it was up and down the lineup. And what's remarkable, he scored 15 runs, 19 hits. They only had 1 home run in the ballgame today.
Unreal. Now, who got your player of the game? Because 2 guys had 4 hits.
Yeah, Marcus Semien did. Nice. He was a triple shy of the cycle by the second inning. He hits the first pitch of the ball game, sets the tone, gets the home run, and then in the second inning gets an RBI single, and then caps off the 10-run inning with a 2-run double as well. So he's back home. He's a Bay Area guy. He's played a lot of games in Oakland, very familiar with that stadium, and he felt right at home today.
How does a pro deal with scorebook chaos?
Like me?
Yes.
It's a mess.
Yeah.
You bat around a couple times.
I was listening to the game and then watching Bassick. Bassick quit in the 3rd inning.
I bet he did.
He's like, I'm not a pro at this. And then Dave Raymond spent 2 innings trying to explain how you have to move numbers and you move the column over.
Yeah, you just move the.
And Bassick just quit. I can't do this.
The 3rd inning becomes just part of the 2nd inning. Then the 4th inning is the 3rd inning. The 5th inning is the 4th. So
yeah. See, you're a pro. I don't know what Bassick was thinking over there doing his stuff.
That's tough. I mean, he got a lot of time, scouting and charting games in the minors. You'd expect him to be better?
I thought he would be better. But I'm looking at Peasley's scorebook. It looks like a professionally done scorebook. Mike's had chaos all over. Yeah.
A lot of people going to be scoring a Jack Leiter tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Can't wait. It'll be his 2nd start. He's going to start, I believe, game 2. I don't think it's been official, but I said before the game that Bruce Bochy said that he pitched game 2. So I think Michael Lorenzen goes game 1, and Jack Leiter goes, game 2. And, he'll face against an Oakland lineup that, they can hit the ball in the ballpark. They've got some home run hitters. We know Jack sometimes struggles with the long ball, but I think that's a real good lineup for him. He's got his feet wet now in the major leagues. He's got a start under his belt. So I would anticipate a pretty strong second outing from Jack Leiter tomorrow.
Mike, which lineup would be better with, and I know they're all professional players, but better players for him defensively and maybe at bats with the Rangers? Is their game 1 lineup better than their game 2 lineup?
No, I don't think so. The Rangers, there's not much drop off defensively. Whether
I'm just looking for ways to help Jack.
Jack can help himself by making quality pitches.
Sure.
If you remember his first start, his problem was he was missing in the middle of the plate.
Right.
That was the issue for him, was the spot. So he just needs to be, locate his pitches better, hit the corners, and just avoid the middle of the plate.
With this doubleheader tomorrow, how big was it for Jose Urena? Now, look, you get the lead, that helps, but he's able to give you 5 innings.
That's the thing. They were only anticipating, Bruce Bochy said in his pregame interview, that they were hoping to get, maybe 4 innings, 60 pitches out of him. Well, he was at 62 pitches after 2 innings. He had a 39-pitch second inning. So for him to go out there then and give you 3 more innings, that was big. Rangers didn't have to use any of their, key high leverage, guys today. Certainly, Jonathan Hernandez struggled with his control with the 5 walks, and Yuri Rodriguez struggled a little bit. Then Cole Winn pitched the final inning. But you knew you didn't have Robertson today. You knew you didn't have Yates, and you certainly wanted to stay away from Leclerc, and you stayed away from Latz as well. So your 4 key pitchers did not have to pitch today, so they'll all be ready to pitch part of the doubleheader tomorrow.
Man, our man Hernandez, that body language was not good on the mound.
Didn't know where the ball was going.
Had no idea.
I mean, his pitches weren't even close.
Yeah.
I mean, he walked 5 guys, and there were no borderline pitches in there.
Yeah.
He just really struggled with his command today.
He just hasn't been the same guy since that surgery.
No.
And he was looking, I mean, I was so excited about Jonathan Hernandez.
Yeah, and you wonder if it's ever going to click.
Yeah.
Wonder if it's ever going to click.
How much of a faux pas is it for the A's to throw a doubleheader down on the schedule like this? It seems like the Rangers are kind of ticked off about it.
17 games in a row, right?
They would have.
See, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, Oakland had the same situation the Rangers just went through, and they said, "Hey, we don't want to play 17 games in a row."
And that's the question I have, and maybe I need to ask Eric about this. Eric Nadel. Can teams say that? Request that?
Yeah.
And do they need the opposing teams to say yes as well?
Yeah.
Because why wouldn't more teams, do that instead of, because I know the most in the CBA you can play before an off day is 20. Most you can play is 20 straight days. So for them to do it after just, they would have played 17 games in 17 days. Like, you can request that. I don't know the answer of why, if whether or not they just request that to Major League Baseball, if the opposing team has to agree with it as well. I need to find out that answer.
I kind of like it myself.
I love scheduled doubleheaders. I grew up, in an era where, every Sunday was a
doubleheader. Yeah.
It was fun.
And as a kid, when you got to go to 2 games for the price of 1.
Absolutely.
Now that's a joy right there. Yeah.
Someone asked me the other day if the A's were going to do a split doubleheader, and I just laughed. What are you gonna play the first game in front of get the 200 fans out of there to get the next 40 in for the Like, no, they'll be just a straight down.
All 2,000 can just stay.
Yeah.
2 big games tomorrow. Chance to get a sweep. You think they'll do it?
Yeah. Rangers have won the first 2 games of the series. Sweeping a doubleheader is hard. It's hard to sweep a doubleheader. So even if the Rangers get a split, they would have won another series. It'd be a 4th straight series victory for them. That's why I thought today's game was important for them to get. Because now if you just split the doubleheader, you take 3 out of 4 from Oakland, then you go to Colorado, and you probably should win that series as well, and you're starting to build a little bit of momentum here in the middle part of May.
Right on, sir. Thank you so much for this extra inning help. Have yourself a great night.
Can't wait to do a doubleheader tomorrow. Let's go. A lot of baseball.
Doubleheader tomorrow, big night tonight with Game 1, Stars and Mavs. This is what it's all about, Pease.
This is sports time. Yes.
Hell yes.
Let's go.
It is a great time to be alive as a sports fan, as there he goes. 15-8 Rangers win. Welcome into the G-Bag Nation, perhaps the shortest nation we've had in years, in a long time. Yeah. But on the heels of a Rangers win, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. Yeah. Well rested. You guys have a good afternoon?
It was a good afternoon.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah, really good afternoon.
Got a good walk.
I had a real full workout for the first time in a long time. Where you can do the whole 45 minutes of cardio and then a whole hour of weight training.
Wow.
And then the cool down.
Okay, stop bragging.
Are you still doing the Mariah Mills Call Out of Zion workout?
Yeah, I am.
Dude.
Well, she was so petty for that one.
She was petty.
Yeah.
But
Speed 3, level 12.
Is this the incline?
45 minutes, Mr. Zion.
That's a burner, dude. That level 12 is no joke.
Well,
I think about you every time I step off of it because, like the equilibrium is off.
Yeah,
you said that. Yeah.
I can't handle it.
Yeah.
There was no Zion for the Pelicans, and the Thunder made quick work of them. And now they come into this game tonight on TNT as 3.5-point favorites against your Dallas Mavericks. Should they be? Are the Thunder better than what the Mavericks really showed after that losing 5-6 skid after the All-Star break? They've been as good as anybody. What do you guys think?
I think the Thunder are very good. As we're diving into this thing, I think the offensive rebounding, the lack thereof when it comes to Oklahoma City, I think you're going to have a massive advantage with Gafford and Lively in this thing. I think that's ultimately going to be the difference maker. And I don't see, I get it. They feel like they've got a cheat code to defend Luca. I don't think there is defending Luca. I think he was his own worst enemy in the previous series. The shot wasn't there. He wasn't healthy, and he was sick. He was fighting through his own battles. People wanted to prop up Norman Powell. Yeah, dude, you made things a little bit difficult. But when Luca's on, you're not guarding him. No. I think he's going to be just fine.
I think that they had the 2 best playmakers. I love Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as a scorer, and it's going to be really, really difficult to keep him out of the paint. And the Mavs will junk up their defense the best they can to try to slow him down. And they're just a really good young team. But I'm biased against young teams in the playoffs. And this is the youngest team to ever get out of the first round of the playoffs.
Wow.
So, most teams have been playing a kind of zone or just, bringing a player off of. There was a great article today in the Athletic that had a couple of video clips of this, taking a player off of Josh Giddey or Gordon Hayward and just putting him in the middle of the paint and saying, hey, Shai Gilgeous, you're not going to get in here and hit floaters all game long. Okay, you're done with that. And seeing how the Thunder react to their worst three-point shooter having wide open three-point shots. That's a gimmick that a lot of teams do. And it slowed down the Thunder at times this year, but in other times they kind of got it figured out. And they're confident coming into this game that the junk defenses aren't going to work because they've seen everything in the playoffs. So I hate to take the cop out of if those guys make their threes, the Thunder are going to be really difficult to beat, but it might just come down to that.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens here. I mean it was that way with the Clippers for sure, and that's one of the good things with the Mavericks. If they've shown that they can win without the 3-point shooting, where you don't have like consistent 3-point shooting as a team, they have other ways to beat you, leaning on the defense, and then obviously having the greatness of Luca and Kyrie. And I think at the end of the series, we'll feel like, by and large, we had the two best players on the court more often than not, in Kyrie and Luca. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to be very, very difficult to stop, but I think a guy like Derrick Jones Jr. will give him all the fits he can handle.
Absolutely.
It's going to come down to depth. It really is. And I don't know if Oklahoma City has the depth. When they're going to throw Wallace and Wiggins and Joe out there, and that's who they're going to play the primary minutes with. So losing Maxi Kleber really hurts you, though, because of we always talk about the spacing, his ability to knock down the three, and then also his ability to play defense around the rim and kind of stay out of foul trouble. But I think it's going to come down to which bench is actually better, which team is able to kind of get, when they have to go to their bench, what kind of production are they going to get? Are they going to get points? Are they going to get turnovers? Are they going to get defensive lapses? What are you going to get from both of these squads?
Yeah, Oklahoma City will force some turnovers on you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So you're going to need THJ then to step up for you, because Maxi was your best bench player in the previous series.
I just look at that, like with Oklahoma City. I mean, their guys, their stars play heavy minutes. When you look at how they rotate,
because they've been healthy. I mean, to your point, that they haven't had to be tested when it comes to their bench at all this year.
Yeah.
I want to know how much Gafford and Lively can stay on the court. How effective can they be? Because if they can have a dominant series and clean the glass, then maybe you can get the best of them, as Minnesota is using size to get the best of Denver. And I do have faith in this Mavericks defense and Jason Kidd that they're going to be able to create matchups or get answers as the series goes on for whatever the Thunder's throwing at them. It's not that complicated. They're going to spread out, try to swing the ball and attack and get into the lane with a variety of different guys. And I think without a true point guard, without a true center, their offense is going to lack creativity. It's going to lack ways to adjust because they're basically just pass and try to go. They take turns playing one-on-one, and that could be very, very effective. Teams that are able to do that at a highly effective level, like Jordan, Kobe, KD, those teams win championships with that. The players just short of that can't quite make that style work. And I don't think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is on that level of player. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I'm having to eat words on Anthony Edwards. Said last week, guys
maybe
overrated.
You should say that he is on that level.
He's coming the
right
greatest.
now.
Yeah, how that feel, bro? How that feel, though?
Dude, I have to eat Jalen Brunson Crow as well. Another 40 bomb from him.
How that feel?
Carlisle's going to shut his ass down for sure.
Every time he goes off, Dawson's like, damn, bro.
Just wait for the next one. Just wait for the next game.
I still don't believe it.
There's a lot of people.
Not sustainable.
There's a lot of people in the Mavs organization that feel the same way you do, Dawson.
Yeah.
They're like, every time they watch him go off, it's kind of like, oops.
Yeah.
Oh, what are we thinking there?
Well, they like watching Kyrie because Kyrie isn't here if they didn't move on from Brunson,
true.
so it worked out.
That's true.
I'll tell you what, I'm scared of the Timberwolves.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is nice.
Who wants to see Anthony Edwards right now? Not me.
I don't want to see
any
him.
part of that.
I'm glad we got
Nobody making a call.
Alexander.
Nobody making a call that Denver's going to come back and sing down 0-2.
I'm not putting in that call right now. The team that I saw playing in Minnesota uniforms last night felt like the best team in basketball.
I think Coop made a great point this morning with RJ and Bobby. Like, it does kind of feel like that 2011 Mavs sweep of the Lakers, where that game one was really close on the road. Mavs eke it out, and then game two they just absolutely kicked their
blow
ass.
the doors off.
Beat them by 14, and that was all she wrote.
The athleticism, the explosiveness, the defense suffocating. Naz Reid making Jokic look pedestrian. I'm going, dude. They got knockdown shooters, and then here comes Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards that are super beasts. I'm like, wow, dude. Did I underestimate
Rudy.
these guys?
Didn't even need Rudy.
No,
right?
they didn't need Rudy, and I don't think. Yeah, no more.
Didn't even need.
I'm excited to see how does Lively play against Chet Holmgren, because I think if you can use PJ Washington potentially on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he might be bleeped in the series.
Well, hey, didn't Djokovic say we need like 4 more of me?
Of him.
That's not gonna happen, bro.
I have faded Naz Reid for most of his career, but he is having a hell of a series.
He is.
Maybe last year with a crazy week or something. He's had moments where Naz Reid all of a sudden is like, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah, very, very skilled, able to defend multiple positions, and that's I think the best defensive team in the league. Right? Did the numbers say it? It certainly looked like it last night. They're suffocating.
Oklahoma City has been up there, but I think Minnesota. Eye test would tell you that's the best defense in basketball for sure.
Okay, we got to run. When we come back, it's time to crosstalk with the Get Right. See what Reggie and CA have cooking. We'll talk stars with them next in the nation.
Coming up on your Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, we got a recap of the Mavs and the Stars game, plus the Ranger game. Dirk's Bentley ticket giveaway in the Expressway.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Late registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And we have an edition of the Get Right coming up with CA and Alec Medford here. Tonight's configuration, gentlemen, how we doing? Win 15-8. He's in the
That's right.
Welcome in here.
Oh, what's
Extra
going on?
innings on your home of the first place Rangers.
We're here on the show again. Ghost in the Machine or Gators in the Pimp Cup?
How you
Yeah,
guys
I don't
doing?
know what that is yet. I'll figure it out in just a second, though.
That present I gave you was for after the show, Lucius.
Yeah.
That's weed.
You're right, fam. You're right.
Well, it's great to see you guys, especially on the heels of a Rangers win. Wow, just a huge night in the world of sport here tonight. Of course, CA in his Mavs shirt, and Star's going to be starting at 8:30 as well. It's really unbelievable these games are on at the same time.
Yeah,
I was talking with Chief. It's hard to imagine that this makes sense for all the TV people to maximize the money or optimize their plan. It's a bad deal. So
Especially in a major market. You think, okay, we might do this to a smaller market with two teams at the same time, but Dallas-Fort Worth, we're top 5 market.
I don't know, boys. Some of us are built for this. Come on over if you need a place. We'll have all the games on. If
go.
the Rangers were playing, I'd have a screen for the Rangers too. So we'll be in good shape tonight.
Well, how you guys feeling about the Stars, though?
Stars in 7. Said that yesterday. I do think tonight, I don't believe that they're going to have any kind of issue when it comes to tired legs. I think they're going to come out and really take it to the Avs tonight. I think the Avs will show a little bit of rust. I think the Stars get a couple of early goals, and that ends up getting them the victory.
So you're saying DeBoer is going to go 9-0 in Game 7?
Absolutely. And that's been the method for the Stars to advance to the Cup final. 3 times they've had to go through the Avs. All 3 times they won in 7 games. I think we had a 4th this time.
You want to hear an irony? All of the coaches the Rangers, the Stars, the Mavericks coaches are undefeated in Game 7s. Boch is undefeated in Game 7s. Jay Kidd is undefeated in Game 7s, and so is DeBoer. It's unreal.
That's badass.
At this rate, I just want Game 7 in every series. You know, if I'm the Dallas Stars, because Pete DeBoer, he's just too good. He's 2 seasons. He's too much of a veteran presence for that lineup. And honestly, it's bad for me. It's bad for my anxiety. I was talking about it over the weekend with Blake Elliott that, Game 7s, everybody says best 2 words in sports. Not for me. When my fandom is involved,
no.
I am on the edge of my seat. I think I heard Reggie say earlier today during the Stars Game 7, he fell out of his seat at least once. That was me. I am very much on edge, but hey, with Pete DeBoer, I think I can chill out just a little bit.
Aren't you nervous with Colorado scoring 5 goals per game against the Stars in the regular season?
Yes.
20 goals, 4 games. What's going on with that?
And they just race up and down the ice.
They do. Colorado probably has the 2 best players in the series, in my opinion, in McKinnon and McCarr. It's going to be absolutely a challenge. I think tonight, though, I'm just going to bet on the Stars to go in there and get a road win.
Oh, man.
I'm going to say the word that everybody's been saying throughout the playoffs.
They're going to get a road win at home.
This is the sport. This is the word. This is the cliche word that everybody, TV, radio, everybody's been saying this word in both of these sports all through the playoffs. I think the Stars have a chance because of physicality.
Oh,
Think about this. It's like I've heard that word every time you turn around. Somebody, but the physicality. They don't even say getting physical. And there's always a word that people lean on, but that's the word for these playoffs in hockey and in basketball.
Who else got nervous when Chris started going?
freaking physical. But it's weird, right? The Mavs should have the physicality advantage in their series, too.
Definitely should.
How you feeling about the Mavs tonight?
Here's the thing. I don't know about the first game tonight because Oklahoma City's so well rested. They finished the series. But the Mavericks have no fear of them because they really had even though they lost some of these games to them this year, they don't worry about them. The matchup's going to be kind of interesting because you don't have Maxi. And so they're going to try to keep our bigs out of the paint and keep our rim protection out of there by drawing our defense out. So it's going to be interesting how that turns out.
You're getting 48 minutes of true center play from the Mavs, which is something I've been excited for and been wanting for years. But at the same time, with guys like Josh Giddey, with guys like Chet Holmgren, who, defensively, he's not going to give you much, but offensively against some of your guys, I might like that matchup better for OKC. I'm interested to see how it goes, but I'll go with the mentality that I've had ever since they made that trade for Gafford, is that true center play in the NBA is valuable, and it's going to win you games. And OKC is horrible at defensive rebounding, so I'm hoping that's going to show.
Period.
Yeah, just rebounding overall. But I'm hoping on both ends of the floor that 48 minutes of center play is going to hold up pretty well because they've got a good enough offensive attack to give you some fits, but defensively, I think you'll be okay.
I'm thinking Mavs in 6, by the way. I don't know what you guys have guessed yet.
Yeah, Mavs in 6.
Mavs in 6. I'm in on that.
Mavs in 6.
Yeah, I think Mavs in 6 as well. I mean, that's the big. For me, it's an inexperienced thing. And last time the Thunder had this great young team and the number 1 seed, I denied them their due, and they end up in the finals and nearly did it.
Against the Miami Heat.
I don't think this team's as good as that Westbrook, Harden, Durant.
Yeah, those are 3 MVPs.
Thunder team. I think their lack of size in the middle has to be a big factor here. Kyrie Irving's experience.
Yeah.
I think they're a team really with a bunch of wings, no true point guard, no real center.
Exactly.
And I think that's going to catch up with you eventually, especially as the series goes on. You've seen it over the years. How important is the experience factor to you, CA?
It's huge in the playoffs because it's all strategy. Coaches make adjustments, and a young team may be learning on the job. So if you've got some experience, and here's Kyrie, you mentioned it. He's got the wisdom, and Luca has at least had a couple of playoff series in him, a couple of playoff rounds. So he knows what it takes as well. The rest of those guys for the Mavericks are pretty young, but Oklahoma City has 0 experience. I mean, they have nobody on that roster they can fall back on and say, tell us what we need to do. And so, therefore, I'm with you.
Well, maybe it'll be a year for that to change because so many of the teams are young.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what was it you said yesterday, Wolchuk? There's only 1 MVP left in the entire tournament.
Jokic is the only MVP left in the NBA playoffs.
All the old heads are gone.
Yeah, there's only 6 starters throughout the entire postseason right now that are 30 years old or older.
Yep,
wow.
And Kyrie's one. That's it.
Heck yeah, he is.
I think a couple of them play on the Timberwolves, right?
Gobert and Conley.
Conley, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Gosh,
and then you got Drew Holiday with Boston, and I can't even remember the other 2.
Yeah.
So if it's not Mavs, who do you think's coming out of the West? How would you power rank
Minnesota.
that?
Looks like Minnesota.
It's crazy the difference 2 games makes, right? Because I would have said Denver in a second, but now it's like Anthony Edwards looks like he might just be on a finals run by himself.
You know what's so crazy? Who would have thought Minnesota would be that good when they traded for Gobert at that time? It's like, what are they doing?
Yeah.
It's a mess up there.
It has really come together.
Really
I think you tip your cap to the young superstar of that team elevating his game.
Rights the ship. I think Denver goes. I think Denver rights the ship. Yeah.
All right, well, here it comes to Get Right, tonight's configuration, CA and Alec Medford. Thanks to Lucius Alexander and the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control, 5 hours flawless radio producing, engineering, hosting. Carter Freeman, Wolchuk and Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus. I'm Gavin Dawson, and until, Thursday at 2 o'clock? No show tomorrow there with the doubleheader. You're going home with the G-Bag Nation at Ease. I'd love to chat D&M Leasing with you before we do that, though, because if you're on your way home, you want or need
It's time for The Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Indeed, it is time for the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Feels weird saying that. It's been, only 4 months since I've been in this chair at this time of the day?
Yeah, for real. You were in the building 24 hours ago, but you're in the Pimp Cup.
Yeah, so feels good to say that once again. My name is Alec Medford. You just heard the 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And we got James Tritley on the ones and twos for you. The Turn It On, Leave It On listener, we appreciate you so very much for being and doing just that. We got a whole lot going on today and a whole lot that already happened. If you stuck through that entire Rangers game, yeah, you heard all 15 runs scored by the Rangers. You heard that right, 15 runs scored by the Rangers in a game that was still barely over 3 hours long. You can get a combined 20-plus runs in a Major League Baseball game now. Amazing. And it can be just a hair over 3 hours long.
Thank God.
I love the pitch clock.
Thank God.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to get involved in any and all of our conversations here today. We're also live on Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam or 105.3 The Fan on YouTube. And we got a lot to get to. We got a lot of previewing to do in about an hour and 30 minutes. Then we got a lot of live updates to bring you from 2 playoff games for Metroplex teams. We are getting spoiled today, and it's going to be hard to keep tabs on everything that's happening all at once, but we're going to make it easier on you. So hang out with us until 11 o'clock tonight because we have the Stars and the Colorado Avalanche at 8:30, and also at 8:30, the Mavs in OKC playing the Thunder, both starting off their series for their respective second rounds of the postseason. It's exciting. And we were just talking about it during crosstalk. It doesn't really make sense why we have both games going at the same time. You would think that the leagues and TV providers would be like, that's probably major market. We're losing money there by making people channel flip or whatever. Or, some people might find exterior ways to pull up a secondary stream.
Not the fans, not the Tolos. Not Maverick
the
fans and Star fans. They would never do that.
But there might be some people across the country that are finding other ways to get their content that won't make the TV providers any money. So interesting choice, but it makes for a fun night for us. So I'm glad that we get to be here.
You know how almost everything in sports has got a prop bet attached to it? My prop bet for this particular situation with Mavericks game, Stars game starting at the same time, which game will actually start first? Because the Stars, they claim it's going to be really 8:52, maybe. And the Mavericks aren't going to start until after the first game ends. And who knows if that's going to be 8:50, 9 o'clock, 8:40. We really don't know. 877-881-1053. Which game do you think is going to start first? Will the Mavericks game tip off first, or will the puck drop for the Stars at the AAC? And by the way, if you're on your way to the AAC, we appreciate you Toloing. We got you all the way till you pull up to your parking spot.
I think the only right answer to that question is no. Exactly. Because these things never start on time.
Neither one of them start with 8:30, but which one's going to start first? I'm going to actually say I think the Mavericks will start first.
That's where I would put my money. And I hope so, because I want to get as close to the end of that game during our show as we can.
Oh, we're not leaving the building.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that we can get real close to the end of that game, and hopefully, like I was talking to our guy Carter Freeman running the video for us, he was like, hopefully by that point, we're just up by 30, and it won't even matter.
Right, that'd be nice.
So we can wish.
And it's possible. It is not impossible. The Mavericks, the last time they beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, this was the game right after the big trade when we got Gafford and we got P.J. Washington. We beat them by 30 in the building, in the American Airlines Center. Everybody's going nuts. And in the game before that, when it was still just offense for the Dallas Mavericks, we scored 30 consecutive points on them in the fourth quarter. They came back and beat them, but the Mavericks, of course, didn't have any defense back then. So Mavericks can handle this team.
Yeah, and that was the Thunder's worst to second worst game in pretty much every statistical measurement, from free throw shooting all the way down to individual defensive assignments. Everything about that matchup was one of the worst for them in the regular season. So maybe we can get that same magic back.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, for those who just look at a box score and say, but the last game of the regular season, the Thunder beat them, the Mavericks about 30 or 40 points. That's when the Mavericks decided they're going to not even play the entire rotation because they had nothing to play for and they didn't want anybody to get hurt. Meanwhile, the Thunder were trying to be the number one team in the West, and they played everybody. So don't even go by that game.
Yeah, the Mavs played quite often a guy named Fudge. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know about that game. I bet a lot of fans didn't even know that he was on the roster at that point. So there you have it.
Yeah, and that's his real name. We're talking about the guard. His name was Fudge.
Alex Fudge. Got to support my fellow Alex, what have you.
Yeah, no
Alexanders.
Problem with that. My son's name is Alex, yeah.
Gotta support them wherever I can. But the question I'm going to ask, since we are still far away enough from each game, before we get knee deep into all of that and we're just in update mode rather than projecting, we can still have fun with talking about what could happen and where things could go. So 877-881-1053. I pose the question to you. Are you more confident in the Stars in their second round series or the Mavericks to get the job done? Because I think there's good arguments for either side because, I mean, deservedly so. You can say that they're both very good teams and probably one of the best teams in their conference, and if not the league for the Dallas Stars, respectively. But there are, in terms of matchup, there's some reasons that you might be pessimistic. So I want to know which side you would be more confident investing all of your emotion into for the whole series.
817 says, I just hope both teams come ready to play, Mavs and the Stars. Let me say this. You're watching rare air tonight, okay? If you're just going to try to watch both these games somewhere at a bar, friend's house, whatever it is. These two teams have not been in the second round at the same time since 2003. Some of you might not have been born. I'm just kidding, but maybe some of you haven't. At the same time, here's the Stars. Oh, by the way, I asked you this last night. I'm going to tell the Tolos again today. There's only 4 cities that have teams playing in the playoffs right now in basketball and in hockey. There's only 4 cities. Those cities are Dallas, Denver, Boston, and New York. That's it. In the NBA, there's only 8 teams still alive. In hockey, there's only 8 teams still alive. Okay, so here we go. The Dallas Stars had the second best record in all of hockey to end the regular season. The Dallas Mavericks, they had the number 1 defense in the NBA from March on. Both teams rolling into the playoffs on fire. Both teams ran into a little bit of trouble. The Mavericks won in 6. And of course, as they at the game 5 and game 6, like, oh, they're going to murder these Clippers like they're supposed to. With the Dallas Stars, they started out in an 0-2 hole. And it's like, oh my God, all this great hockey gone down the drain for no reason. But that's why you play 7. And it took 7. But they have home ice throughout the Western Conference. At the same time, the Avalanche, they're always there in the way. Every time you want to have to go somewhere in hockey in the Stanley Cup playoffs, whenever the Stars, you have to go through the Avalanche. But guess what? Every time the Stars have made it to the Stanley Cup finals, they beat the Avalanche along the way. So I'm like, who's going to have the easier time? Right now, I'm going to say, me personally, I'm going to say the Mavericks. Only because I think the matchup against Oklahoma City, it kind of favors the Mavericks right now. The Stars, don't get me wrong. I'm so proud of them for getting out of that 0-2 hole and winning that thing in 7. It'd have been just a damn shame had they lost that first round. It would not have been embarrassing. It'd just been a damn shame. But I think the Stars are going to have their hands full because they're taking on a team that has a completely different style than the Golden Knights. So, and it took 7. Colorado, they're just waiting. Oklahoma City was just waiting for the Mavericks. Mavericks may not win tonight, but I still think the Mavericks should have an easier time.
There's a few different ways I'm looking at it, and pretty much every metric I try to think of, every direction I try to point myself towards, I think of the Stars. And there's a few different reasons why, but I think one good reason is that you just knocked off the reigning champs. Yep. That's a good
Stanley Cup
benchmark
champs,
right there. Because that Golden Knights series was a lot more physical than I expected. Even though I knew that the Golden Knights were one of the most physical teams in the National Hockey League, it was still really low scoring. Like the power plays by both sides were either electric or non-existent.
The hits were up for both sides.
Yes, like it was just all over the place and unpredictable. And that's just the nature of the sport too. But another reason that I could go in favor of, let's say, the Mavericks is the Dallas Stars. I don't think they have the two best players in that matchup. The Dallas Mavericks, for my money, have the two best players in that matchup. So
are you saying SGA is not better than Luca?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Thank you.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
You better not finish second in the voting.
And it's not me being Homer. It's not me, being a hater either, because I think SGA is going to be he's going to be a centerpiece of the NBA's entire marketing campaign for the next decade. And I'm okay with that because he is a fantastic player. But he is not the same creator and world beater that Luka Doncic is. And then the only reason I would say they have the two best players in that series, talking about Kyrie Irving over in SGA, is just purely experience and what we've seen from Kyrie against really good competition in the Clippers. He's been otherworldly in this playoff run so far, just one round, but still. I'm taking that experience on top of the recency of seeing his dominance in that Clippers series. I'm okay with saying that, but I'm still going to lean Dallas Stars overall for now, just because we have seen a really good string of consistency throughout the entire season in many different facets of the game. Their special teams has been really good. Their penalty kill has been really good. Their offense is one of the best even strength offenses in hockey. They have one of the best coaches left in the postseason in Pete DeBoer. And that's nothing against Jason Kidd, because I think, if anything, that Clippers series earned him a little bit more respect from me for some of the adjustments that he was able to make after some of those embarrassing losses. But Pete DeBoer, we talked about in Crosstalk, undefeated in Game 7. So so
is Jay Kidd.
I think of Pete DeBoer as like the final boss in the NHL. I don't think of Jay Kidd as that yet. He could earn it with a finals run. I could totally give him that title. He's got a new contract, so he'll have plenty of years to show that here in DFW. But Pete DeBoer has that sustained success to the point where I'm able to say coaching, offense, defense, especially the way the Stars defense played in that Game 7 against the Golden Knights. They just seemed like they played with a little more aggression on defense. I'm not saying like slamming guys into the boards or anything. They weren't waiting for the game to come to them.
They took it.
They were rushing the Golden Knights offense, especially in that second period. It was just a different look, and that was a nice adjustment that, in my mind, had to come down from the top, from the head coach, to say, hey, you need to press. You need to get in their face. You need to be aggressive on defense.
And they had a Wyatt Johnston, who you couldn't tell him nothing. He's only 20 years old. You couldn't tell him what he couldn't do. So he said, I'll just score. I'll shoot a shot and score first.
And we talk about balance with both of these teams, respectfully so. You can talk about balance with the Dallas Stars in terms of that youthful exuberance and the veteran presence, because you still have your Joe Pavelskis and your Jamie Benns on the ice that can be that kind of rink general, if you will, where they can still call things out. They can tell guys to get in the right spot. They can go back to the bench and say, dude, you messed up that rotation. You were in the wrong spot. I had the cleanest look for you. They can say that.
They can coach on the ice.
And then you have Wyatt Johnston, who can't even buy a beer after one of these impressive wins. And he's out there carrying the team in some of these offensive pushes. I love the dynamic combination of veteran mentality versus just youthful. I'm going to skate down the ice faster than you and beat you to the netminder, and I'm going to put one top shelf on him. Like I just love that combination. Tonight's game's going to be a
track meet. This whole series is going to be a track meet.
Absolutely.
That's the way the Avalanche plays as well. So it's not going to be like the Golden Knights. One of these teams, like you said, somebody scores 5 goals like it ain't nothing. And it's going to be very interesting. So you're saying the Stars have a better chance of getting out of their round than the Mavericks?
As of right now, yeah, but honestly, it's a coin flip, because I think they both showed enough in round 1 and showed enough grittiness as well.
Okay, so let's say that they both get out of the second round. If the Stars get out in 6 games and the Mavericks get out in 5 games, then the Mavericks win it. They get out of the round easier.
Yeah,
and,
this is true.
And the same thing, if Stars get out in 6 and the Mavericks take 7, same thing applies. Stars get it. I like the way you set this thing up.
Yeah, because I think there's plenty of arguments for either side.
Oh yeah,
and
we got a couple of Tolos texted in. The 469 says the Mavericks and the Stars look like they both will make it to the 3rd round. And 817 says, what network are the Mavericks on tonight? They are on TNT. I had mentioned about 4 cities have teams playing in the Stanley Cup playoffs and the NBA playoffs, and those cities are Denver, Dallas, Boston, and New York. And Atolo texted in and said all of those teams share a building, and that's in their cities too. What the irony.
That's so cool for the fan bases.
It is.
The fact that they have this many opportunities to experience postseason sports for their fandoms. Like, that's just an incredible opportunity for everybody.
Building, just every other night.
Yeah, and it's cool to see that, at least locally in DFW, you're riding off the coattails of a World Series championship from the Texas Rangers. Then you have 2 postseason runs that could be pretty lengthy postseason runs by your hockey and your basketball team. And all of this being said, your football team can go do whatever they want, and we're not really fazed by it.
You know what? I just noticed something. We've gone through our entire first segment without naming one team at the end of the day who are all in. I'm not going to say their name.
Exactly. I'm not going to either because
I'm having too much fun talking about playoffs.
Yeah, and honestly, we don't even have a single Cowboys topic tonight.
Oh, you said their name. Come on, man.
So that's the one exception I'm making to bringing up the name, is because we're not talking about them tonight.
You're struck by lightning.
We are not talking about them tonight because we got too many good things going on right now. I don't need Stevie Boy out here on satellite radio making basketball references about how they're underneath the rim. They just need to dunk the ball and finish it. Nope, we're not talking about any of that today.
Well, let's talk about some Mavericks coming up next.
Yeah, how about we do it with someone who could probably talk about it better than myself? Bobby Karalla. Mavs.com joins us next here on The Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Hey, this is Bobby Belt. Summer is coming up, and before you know it, your life is about to get super hectic. So let's get some of those items checked off your list today, starting with a cleaning with Kissable Dental. They'll make you and your family's teeth fresh and clean and ready to shine for all summertime activities and pictures. They're kicking off a yearly whitening program where you get 12 Zoom whitenings for the low price of $600. The other guys around town are going to charge you almost $5,000 for the same program. Kissable is looking out for your smile and your bank account, so let's get you Kissable. Book now at kissabledental.com. Your Kissable journey starts today.
We make sure hackers don't mess with Texas. Telesystem's job is to allow business leaders to sleep better at night knowing that their cybersecurity, networking, and communications stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. IT is about trust.
This segment of the fan is brought to you by Telesystems. This segment of the fan is also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wrecks in Dallas.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, Alec Medford and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We are getting you ready for double-barrel playoff action here in the Metroplex. The Mavericks and the Thunder, 8:30 tip-off, and the puck drops between the Stars and the Avalanche at 8:30 as well. So turn it on and leave it on with us. We will keep you up to date throughout the rest of our show, ending at 11 o'clock. We'll keep you as up-to-date on those two matchups as we possibly can, but let's get you ready for one of them, the Mavericks and the Thunder, by going to the D&M Leasing Hotline, where we welcome in from Mavs.com. He is Bobby Karalla, and Bobby, long time no speak for me personally, but it's second round.
I just saw Bobby this morning.
Hey, I mean, it's been a while since I've been able to talk some Mavs basketball with him, so it's nice to always be treated by his presence here on the Fan. And second round playoff action, you just gutted one out against the LA Clippers. Things were tense between them, but you made it out somewhat unscathed. Maxi Kleber obviously going to miss this series and possibly many more, but just overall feelings going into this matchup, two relatively young teams in the Mavs and Thunder. Very exciting matchup on paper.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, Chris again. Hello, Chris again. And it's good to be back. It's good to be back talking ball with y'all. I mean, as the Mavs are about to embark on another journey, I mean, each series is kind of its own universe, right? It feels like its own mini season. I'm just really excited. You know, I think unlike the last series where, you know, Dallas hadn't played LA since December, there was so many elements of unknown. There was the Kawhi injury lingering, and then there was like, well, is Luca hurt? Like, what's the deal? And also, none of these guys had played against each other. There were all these midseason trades and kind of reinventing identities and stuff. Dallas has played OKC 3 times since the trade deadline. Now, granted, one of them was the last game of the season, and so a bunch of the Mavs' top guys did not play. But these teams have a lot more intel on each other. They have a lot more experience. They got a lot more film, a lot more data points to look at. And so, you know, I expect game 1 to be much less of like a feel-out game and much more of like a game 2 or a game 3. I think these teams know exactly what they want to do. They know exactly how they want to play. And so, you know, I think to me that makes game 1 even more important because you're going to be getting a much more accurate, much better punch from the other guy. And you just got to hope yours connects first.
Hey, Bobby, they're going from the oldest team in the league, the Clippers, who are averaging like age 29 and older, versus the youngest team in the league. That's the Oklahoma City Thunder. But they're also going against they're going up against a positionless team, so to speak. Whereas in the last series, they had Zubac to deal with in the middle, and Zubac was sometimes getting his way. Can you talk about what they're going to have to do to beat a team that doesn't really use a true center? And, you know, Chet Holmgren, he's basically a spread center. He's kind of on the three-point line a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the Clippers played a very, I don't mean this in a disrespectful way or anything, but a very, like, predictable, kind of like they base their offense on patterns. They got Zubac in the middle. They had Terrence Mann on one wing, Norm Powell on the other. Sometimes they'd come off screens, but usually they were just sort of hanging out. And then you would have James Harden and Paul George, who were two incredible isolation players, just trying to break the defense down. And the Clippers had a whole lot of success doing that through 4 games. The Thunder, on the other hand, like you said, they do play a very, much more of a positionless brand of basketball. They'll have Chet bring the ball up the court sometimes. Everybody on the floor for them through most stretches of the game is able to create offense. They can put the ball on the floor. They can shoot. They can create for themselves. They can pass. And there's a lot more cutting, and not just cutting as like I'm going to come set a screen for you, and then you are going to curl off the screen and look for the ball. It's a lot of randomness. It's read and react.
Yeah.
And, the main thing about this Thunder team that has been true all season long is these guys have not gotten hurt. Like all of their 5 starters. I went back last night. I was watching all the games they played against the Mavs this season. Whenever Dallas played OKC on March 14th, this is about a month after the deadline. Luca was out that night. There were a couple other guys out for Dallas. OKC, to that point in the season, which is around game 70, their starting 5 had missed like 11 games combined all season. So these guys know how to play with each other. So even though they're young, a lot of these guys only 20, 21, 22 years old or whatever, they've got 2 or 3 seasons worth of experience playing with each other just this season because they play so dang much. They just never get hurt. So they really know how to play the game. They're really well coached. But most importantly, they know how to play off of each other. And that makes defending them very difficult because they can read and react to things that the defense just cannot anticipate coming.
Bobby, I was doing some reading from some OKC media, and they seem very intrigued at the idea of Dallas playing a lot more of Daniel Gafford in the absence of Maxi Kleber, and they think that Chet Holmgren's going to have his way at least a couple of times offensively against a guy like Gafford. What do you think it's going to take to stop Holmgren offensively, and do you think that he's going to get his way, or do you think that maybe they're underestimating a Daniel Gafford?
I don't think that Gafford is going to spend a lot of time guarding Holmgren in this series, to be honest. The Mavs have they shown whenever they played the Thunder this season a couple times after they got P.J. Washington, and then also they've shown whenever the Mavs played like the Spurs with Wemby, some of these other like taller, skinnier centers, they'll put P.J. on that guy, and then they'll put Daniel Gafford on whoever the weakest shooter is. Now in the Thunder starting lineup, that answer is pretty obvious. It's Josh Giddey. If Giddey has a good shooting series the way he did against the Pelicans, the Mavs might have to adjust. If he has a bad shooting series, the Thunder might just bench him and bring in a guy that can shoot a better mark. So there's still going to be a lot of pressure on Gafford defensively, even if he's not on Chet. But basically the idea is you put PJ on the taller, skinnier guy. PJ's got a low center of gravity, so it's really tough to back him down. He's a pretty strong guy. And also he can cover space. If Chet wants to face him up, try and take him off the dribble, PJ can slow that down. And then you're using Gafford as kind of a roamer, or Derek Lively or whoever, as a roamer to clean up the mess if guys get beat off the dribble or cover for backdoor cuts, all that stuff, gobble up rebounds. If Chet gets hot, or if Giddey gets hot, or if the Thunder go 5 out and they just cannot miss from 3, I could see the Mavs maybe putting Derek Lively out there and just switching every screen. Lively's quick enough and long enough to defend a lot of these guys. Obviously, the risk with that is he gets in foul trouble. But I'm not as worried about Gafford going one-on-one with Chet Holmgren really at either end of the floor. I think that this series is going to come down to, again, like I said, can Josh Giddey make shots? Can the other Mavs defend better in space? And most importantly, defensively, if Shea starts going at Luca and Kyrie, can those guys hold up the way they did against LA?
I'm glad you brought up Giddey because, during the regular season, most teams would just leave him wide open on the 3 and he'd miss, and that was a defensive strategy. And you just mentioned this against the Pelicans. I think he was 9 out of 18 from 3. So you just can't – assuming he stays hot, you just cannot leave him open like that. On our end of the court offensively, we don't have Maxi out there to spread the floor, but it's the return of Tim Hardaway Jr. What do you expect out of Timmy?
Well, I think it's a welcome return, honestly.
Yes.
And, most importantly, because Tim is not afraid to shoot threes. The Mavs just had a horrendous three-point shooting series against the Clippers for most of that series. If you take away Maxi, who shot it great, and of course Maxi won't play in this series at all, like y'all said. Kyrie had his moments as well of heating up from beyond the arc, but everyone else really struggled for the most part throughout that series. And OKC is designed, their defensive system is designed to dissuade you from trying layups. Chet's going to block any of that weak stuff. And if you're strong and try and finish through him, the Thunder will load up the paint with 3 or 4 guys. I mean, they are going to shrink the floor and really, really make it difficult for Luca and Kyrie to get to the restricted area, to lay it in off the glass. I mean, they'll let you take floaters and little turnarounds and little bunny, baby hook shots and stuff, but they're not going to give you any easy ones. And so the way to beat that is the way that Dallas beat OKC in the regular season when they played is, drive, still do a really good job, get in the middle of the defense, make them commit, make them help, and then kick it out to the weak side corner. And the Mavs would put Tim out there a lot, and Tim had a couple really good shooting games against OKC because he's just feasting on all these open J's. And, Derek Jones had some moments against the Clippers. Maxi, of course, did too. Josh Green had a really big 4-point play at one point in Game 5. But Tim is the guy that you want taking those shots on this team. Of course, the trade-off is that means that you're probably going to have Tim, Luca, and Kyrie playing all at the same time on defense. So those guys are really going to have to hold their weight. And it's been a couple weeks since Tim has played. Can he get into rhythm and all that stuff? But as the series goes on, if Dallas is able to pull this thing out, I think in part it will be due to Tim and some other guys just really heating up from that corner.
I like Tim in the matchup this series because literally that game when Luca missed it was a back-to-back back in March, and they almost beat Oklahoma City with Kyrie and Tim Hardaway Jr. Timmy was lighting them up. I think he had like 21 points in the first half. I could be wrong. I just know in this particular matchup, if he is Tim who's hot, they got to account for him, and that kind of opens things up for everybody else. But I love the fact that you also mentioned defensively, that's going to be real tricky. Maybe we see some Dante Exum a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's important for Dante to get minutes in the series. And, he is a guy that if he's on the floor offensively, OKC is going to leave him open and dare him to shoot, because against the Clippers, he had a really, really poor shooting series. Kind of looked like he maybe lost a little bit of confidence or was just, kind of hesitating too much. And when Luca and Kyrie are getting double teamed or they're the subject of the entire defense's attention, you can't hesitate. You have to make these split-second decisions and do it with a lot of confidence and a lot of conviction. Now, Dante's defense in this series, I think, is going to be much more important for the Mavs than it was in the previous series because Dante's a little smaller than James Harden. He's much shorter than Paul George. And, the Clippers have some bigger guys that you didn't necessarily want him banging with. But with OKC, man, it's all about Shea. It is all about Shea and Jalen Williams. Those guys are both 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", in that range. I mean, that's exactly Dante's height. He is longer than them. He's got a wingspan. He's stronger than Shea. He's strong enough to bang with Jalen Williams if he tries to take him off the bounce. I mean, Dante's defense is going to be critical for the Mavs in this series. The question is that the thing that could keep him off the floor is, one, either Tim is just red hot from 3 and they can't take him out of the game, or 2, Dante is just too passive on offense or he can't get it going, and then J-Kid's going to have to look for someone else.
Bobby Karalla, Mavs.com, joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. And we know that the three-point shot evaded Luka Doncic a little bit here in this series against the Clippers. Yeah, not exactly what we're accustomed to from number 77. So what do you think in this series about him matching up against a guy like Lou Dort?
I don't want to eat my words later or whatever, but I'm not super worried about the Dort matchup for Luka as long as they don't officiate the game the way they did last night with the Wolves and the Nuggets, where it was just kind of anything goes. If the referees allow Dort to get physical, it could be tough. But if the whistle is just kind of middle of the road, then I think Dort will get in foul trouble, and he's going to have to kind of tap the brakes a little bit with a lot of the physicality that he uses on the perimeter. But even so, even if he's able to get away with some grabbing, some nudging, some body bumping, things like that, OKC does not have the size behind him that the Clippers did. And they don't have the kind of length. They definitely have athletes and they have speed. And Luka's going to have to be careful with that. They will jump passing lanes and tempt you into making some dicey decisions. But if Luka's able to beat Dort at the point of attack, he's not going to face the same kind of height and resistance going to the rim that he did in the Clippers series. So that could be good for him. However, I'm sure they're going to continue testing him on defense the way the Clippers did. And so ultimately, it's going to come down to Luca's agility based on his health, and then also just his endurance, his stamina. Can he defend Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Williams for 30 minutes or however often they're going to go at him and still have the juice to break Dort down off the bounce, get in the lane, and make plays for his teammates? I mean, I think that if he can do that, there are points to be had. There are a lot of good looks to be found, both for him and the other guys. But he is going to have to exert a tremendous amount of energy to do so. But again, I think if he's willing and able to do that, then I think he's going to have a really, really good series.
Let's talk about Oklahoma City's rest versus rust. They haven't played in a while. Is that in the Mavericks' advantage, or is it something that the Mavericks can take advantage of tonight?
We'll see. I think OKC's young, so they don't necessarily need the rest, whereas the Mavs just felt like they were in a war in the last series. I mean, it was really physical, and a lot of guys came out banged up. So hopefully the Mavs are feeling good, but I think a lot of the Thunder's offense is based on driving to the rim. Mm-hmm. You don't really need rhythm for that, but a lot of the end results of those drives are three-pointers. And for a guy like Josh Giddey, who just had the shooting series of his career, can he keep that going after taking a week or a week and a half off or whatever? That's going to be something to watch right out of the gate. I mean, first 5-6 minutes of the game, he is going to get 2 or 3 open threes. And if he can knock those down, the Mavs might have to adjust. If not, then the Mavs might be able to build themselves a little bit of a lead, because it means they can continue leaving him open. So that's a huge thing. I mean, three-point shooting is a rhythm-based thing. It's a confidence and timing and feel-based thing. And if the Thunder come out shooting slow, then I feel like the Mavs can settle into the series and kind of find their footing pretty early on.
SGA's game is all about going downhill and getting to the free throw line. Do you think the whistles are going to be in the Mavericks' favor if they let them play? Or, I'm just trying to figure out how to keep him off the free throw line, because he makes half of his points off of free throws, like Harden used to do.
And he's a 90% shooter, too. I mean, he just doesn't miss at the free throw line. I mean, the big thing with Shai is you cannot bite on the pump fakes. No. That's all he does. He's very good at keeping his dribble alive and kind of sneaking his way around you and getting to the rim. I mean, he's quick, but he's a lot like Luca in that he can decelerate very quickly. He can change speeds really effectively, and that just throws you off balance. And then once he's already got you leaning one way, he's going to pick up his dribble and pump fake. He's going to pretend like he's going to shoot a fadeaway, or he's going to try and go up and under. And he gets guys to jump all the time, and you simply cannot do that. You have to keep your feet glued to the ground, and sometimes that means you're going to give up an uncontested 17-foot fadeaway, but I would 1,000% of the time rather live with a 17-foot fadeaway than with 2 free throws, and picking up a foul on Derek Jones or Dante Exum. Mm-hmm. Those fouls are going to be precious in this series. You cannot give him any freebies.
Bobby, we always appreciate the time and the insight. Enjoy Game 1, and we'll hope to talk to you soon.
I love the Bobby Karalla show, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, no, thank you, guys. We'll talk soon.
There he goes on the D&M Leasing Hotline, Bobby Karalla of Mavs.com. Tip-off just about an hour away between Mavericks and the Thunder. We'll keep you up to date on that one. We'll continue the Mavs conversation here in just about 20 minutes or so. But coming up on the other side, we take a trip around the NFL. What has Rashid Rice done this time? Next on The Fan.
Coming up on your Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, we got a recap of the Mavs and the Stars game, plus the Ranger game. Dirk's Bentley ticket giveaway in the Expressway, and Brett Boone joins the show at 9:20. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on The Fan.
My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey guys, don't be that dad without life insurance. When thanks to Ethos, you can be that great dad with life insurance to help keep his family living exactly like they do now, secure and protected in the event of the unexpected. With a fast and easy online experience, some policies as low as $1 a day and up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Ethos makes getting life insurance protection hassle-free. E for easy, E for Ethos at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
At Comerica Bank, we're creating opportunity for entrepreneurs to stop dreaming and start doing, for gig workers to become business owners, for small businesses to go toe-to-toe with the big dogs. At Comerica Bank, we're creating opportunity beyond bank accounts. We're providing free office space, free advertising, free competitive research, and more to help small businesses do more with less. To learn more, visit comerica.com/succeed. Member FDIC, equal opportunity lender. Offers available to Comerica small business customers only. Terms apply.
Now is an excellent time to buy solar. Solar Top Dallas makes rooftop solar installations available to Dallas residents through a group buying program and a partnership with the City of Dallas's Whole Homes Dallas program. Solar panels generate electricity, making you less dependent on energy companies, reducing CO2 emissions, and contributing to sustainability. Dallas area residents can register for a consultation and learn more at solarswitch.com/Dallas. That's solarswitch.com/Dallas. Pneumatic freight in South Texas is blowing up, and we want you to join the pack at Sisu Energy. Must have PEC, Safe Land, and A2S certifications. Our drivers at Sisu Energy are grossing over $15,000 each week. Need a trailer? We can help you get one. No down payments, no escrow, lowest insurance cost in the country, and huge fuel discounts through our pilot partnership. Sisu Energy can have you on the road in 3 days from initial application. Visit SISUEnergyLLC.com to apply today. That's SISUEnergyLLC.com to apply today.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew, 30 seconds, that's it. Done. Peace.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
If you turn it on and leave it on the fan, you know we're DFW sports leader on insight and original content all day long. No need to go back and search for it. We send it to you. Yeah. Sign up for our fan newsletter today at 1053thefan.com. Proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools.
Sean Sharif here for Better Help. We all carry around different stressors, big and small. When we keep them bottled up, it can start to affect us negatively. Therapy is a safe space to get things off your chest and to figure out how to work through whatever is weighing you down. How many times do you or the family just sweep things under the rug and then what happens? Bottles it up, bam, a big time explosion. Therapy can help. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp, H-E-L-P, a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. All you have to do is fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist. Switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Get it off your chest with BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/SHAN and RJ for 10% off. That's BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Welcome back to the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
About to take a trip around the NFL here in just a moment. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is 877-881-1053 to get involved in any of our conversations tonight with you until 11 o'clock. No show tomorrow because of, yes, a scheduled doubleheader in Major League Baseball in 2024. Those are still happening, and I hate it. So no show tomorrow night, but you got 2 games of Rangers baseball, and should be interesting to see. Both teams are going to have to make a couple of roster moves after exhausting some of their efforts today.
Yeah, one team is the Rangers, and the other team is the semi-professional team, the Oakland A's.
Yeah, who somehow still have one of the best bullpens in baseball, even though they should be terrible. And
they're actually better than they were last year.
Yeah, and I'm going to rant about it at 9 o'clock. I want their closer on this team so bad. I want Mason Miller.
Are you listening? See why?
I need Mason Miller on this team. He is so good. And guess what? He's not going to put up any saves this year because you can't save games when you're not winning games. Thanks, Oakland.
Rangers went 15-8 today.
Yeah, that was a barn burner. I was telling James when I got here that after the first inning, I was like, okay, I should be good to go on a run. I went on my run around the neighborhood, came back. I pulled up Twitter right when I got home, and the first tweet I saw was from Sean McFarland, and it said, this inning is still continuing as the Rangers have put up 10 runs. And I was like, excuse me? I thought I was hallucinating, about to pass out because it was hot and, it was my third workout of the day.
90 degrees for the first time this year.
Yeah, so my body was on overdrive. I was like, I'm about to pass out, aren't I? So I pulled up Google. Nope, that's the score of this game. And then I tuned in to hear on the fan, and yeah, I just heard Eric and Matt having a field day with this game. So.
That game lasted so long, G-Bag only did 2 segments, and one of them was a crosstalk with us.
Yeah, so shout out to G-Bag for putting on a fantastic 5 hours of radio today.
Yes.
Going to look good in the books.
Show prep room.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The conversations, I bet, were fantastic. It's just nobody heard them.
Yep.
But, hey, if you win ball games, I don't care how long you take.
Exactly. We'll take it. At least we're on the winning side of that thing.
Yeah, we'll talk about that game more in depth at 9 o'clock and talk a little bit about this Rangers offense that is finding its spark once again. But let's take our trip around the NFL. And I was not even going to do an Around the NFL segment because of all the playoff hype and the Rangers hype, but another incident for Rashid Rice.
No, not the SMU wide receiver turned Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl hero.
Yep, the DFW local. He's back in national headlines for the wrong reasons.
How? Because he was racing on Central, you would think that'd be the wake-up call.
Yeah, nearly a month after Rice was charged with 8 felony counts for causing a multi-car crash here off
and lucky nobody got hurt.
Yeah, here off of 75 and Lovers.
That bad.
The Dallas Morning News is reporting that Rice is suspected in another incident, this time an alleged assault at a Dallas nightclub.
Somebody must have been talking trash to him, but you can't go after him.
Dallas police confirmed to USA Today just a few hours ago that an investigation has been opened after officers responded to a call about an assault early Monday morning at about 2:30 a.m. The preliminary investigation determined that a victim reported being assaulted by a suspect in the 600 block of North Harwood Street. It's an ongoing investigation. That is all the Dallas police have to say right now.
Did you say this was like 2 in the morning, Monday morning?
Yeah, so
that's called Cinco de Mayo aftermath.
It was
that was probably day drinking, night drinking, and then I'm not saying that he might have been drinking, but nothing good happens at 2 in the morning after Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Any kind of holiday that is associated with alcohol to any extent. After 2 o'clock, you probably need to be in bed because nothing possibly good could happen.
Even if you were not doing anything, you're gonna run into somebody who took it the wrong way.
Yeah. So there is.
What are you doing looking at me like that? I didn't look at you like what? I saw the way you were looking at me. Bam, bam, bam.
There's not many other details as of right now. The Dallas Police Department have not pressed charges, but they are seeking Rice as he is a suspect in this case. So as this develops,
So we don't even know if it was him that did the assault. There's somebody saying that.
Yeah, there's a lot of
they haven't questioned him yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of external reporting because he has not contacted the police yet, turned himself in and everything. So we'll see what happens there. Maybe by the time me and Blake are back here Thursday evening, there will be a little bit more clarity on the situation. But I did see, I think it was associated with a photographer at the club, some sort of altercation that ended in physical assault. So Rashid Rice, I thought that the 8 felony charges for the crash right down the street from our studio here on 75, I thought those 8 charges, and I thought the potential lengthy suspension you're going to receive from the NFL, and maybe even if you want to go a little bit more philosophical, your team drafting a receiver in the first round this past draft just a few weeks ago.
Those hints.
Yeah, I think the writing was on the wall that you needed to get the act together, and you didn't.
I'm going to take it another way. Even if you did nothing wrong, because again, it's very possible he did nothing wrong. He is somebody they want to question because of allegations, right?
Yeah.
They haven't been proven yet.
Yeah.
This is what you learned after the incident on Central Expressway. You are a target for somebody to get rich.
Mm-hmm.
Do you realize somebody out there is going to say, you know what? It's kind of like falling down, slipping on the floor at McDonald's, and you said, the coffee, I fell on the floor. I'm going to own this McDonald's. You are a target, son. I'm just trying to tell you, if the photographer's telling the truth or not, anybody that sees you now is like, you know what? I'm going to get paid.
And
especially if it's 2 a.m. after Cinco de Mayo. You're a target.
You're already a target for being a professional athlete, but the fact, like you said, that you already have gotten yourself in trouble and there was evidence and it was proven and you were charged.
Yep.
You've got a giant...
you got people who are suing you right now.
Exactly. He's essentially walking around with that middle school prank kick me sign taped to the back of his shirt. You know, it's just sue me at this point. Because people are going to automatically
provoke you.
You know, let's say that, you know, we don't know any details right now, but let's say this comes to pass, no charges, they find insufficient evidence, and everything's fine. Something else could happen again.
Yep.
Just because it's happened once. People are going to seek you out. You've seen it with Ezekiel Elliott, where he's had multiple, you know, legal issues. You've seen it with Dak Prescott now. You've seen it with Trevor Bauer. You know, even though I still don't fully agree with everything he's done, there was no legal issues that are still on the table for him because they found enough proof. But guess what? Guarantee you there's at least one person out there that could say, if I see him at a club, if I see him out on the street,
I'm going to get paid.
Yeah, if I see him with a drink in his hand, I can come up with a story.
Yep.
You know, so you just got to avoid these situations. And from the 817, they say easy to say from the outside looking in, but y'all, if I was in the NFL, no clubs, no crazy driving, no Twitter, you could have a lot of fun without that stuff. And yeah, it is easy to say from the outside looking in because I bet a lot of those guys do go into those situations saying, I'm going to stay away from any possible trouble. But then they win a big game and a teammate's like, hey, let's go hit the club.
Let's hit the club.
You know, and then all it takes is your buddy, you know, starting a situation, and just because you were there, you're a suspect.
Exactly.
You know, so, and that could be what this situation is.
Exactly.
Who knows? But you gotta avoid these situations wherever you can. And it just makes me sad because I'm still around the same age as a lot of these guys. You know, I'm 22. Rashid Rice, he can't be much older than me. And it's like the fact that I can say that sitting here. And obviously, when there's a lot more money than I make in play and a lot more of a spotlight than I have in play, it's a little bit different. But I can say that as a dumb 22-year-old, I'm not racing people, you know, and I'm not out here. I know how to de-escalate situations, but I also know when to walk away, you know, because trust me, I have my fun. I go out to the clubs. I go out to 7th Street. I hang out in Dallas. I do whatever. I do all those things, but I know when to walk away.
Alec is a fun guy.
Yeah, I'm a fun guy. I'm like Kawhi. You know, I know how to have my fun. And, you know, I don't want to eviscerate this guy, but this is 2 times now. And this is only weeks of separation. It would be one thing if it was 3 years from now, another case pops up, and it's like, oh, remember that one time he caused a car wreck in Dallas?
Said, it sounds like he's a target to me. Yeah. And by the way, you have other options. Let me say this. If you're a professional athlete, young professional athlete, I found this out. They have other options instead of just hitting the clubs. You can, it's called Madden, NBA 2K, any kind of games.
Yeah.
Because you could do that and talk trash, get on Twitch, whatever you need to do, de-escalate the situation without having to go out to the club, which you got a target on your back. I mean, we're just saying, hey, here's some tips for you. Have your boys come over to the house, not hit the club, especially if you just narrowly escaped a much worse situation had anybody gotten seriously hurt in the car wrecks.
And we love to trash him for it because of the timeliness of it all. But look at Micah Parsons. You know, you don't see him making those headlines. He's on a podcast.
Yep.
You know, he's
There's
out here doing
ways to do it.
He's doing a draft show with CJ Stroud. He's wrestling sumo wrestlers in another country right now.
He's at the NBA All-Star game winning the celebrity game as the MVP.
Yeah, he's doing good things in the public spotlight, if anything.
Except people don't like his opinions.
Yeah. And I'd rather hate his opinions than hate his actions.
Exactly.
You know, and then hate that he's getting cut from my team. Yeah.
You just know it's just the things you learn, and sometimes you have to learn the hard way. Even if you do nothing quote-unquote wrong, you're a target now.
It's funny, Blake and I were actually talking about this. I think it was the last time we did a remote at Globe Life. We were leaving, And he mentioned how like sometimes he'll see some Mavericks players out after games and stuff whenever he goes out. And I was like, isn't it interesting that you never see baseball players out just because their schedule is so long and so compact? They just don't have the time to do any of that.
They used to.
Yeah, they used to, but
Those
now
old heads, boy. There's some places out for 360. That's all they. I'm talking about visiting teams. That's all they would do.
Yeah, now they just don't really have the time because a lot of the times they're playing a game at night and they got to be in another city at 2 a.m.
But then again, they got homestands or they're 3 or 4 games on the road. In other words, they don't have to be at the park until 3 p.m, so they do hit the clubs at night.
And then there's a lot of guys that are they're so routine based that they do need to be there 6 hours before first pitch to get a lift in, to get their pregame meal in. Because we were talking about that, like, isn't that weird that you just don't see those headlines? And it's like, well, a lot of the big names that would make those headlines because of their stardom, they're just so busy. You know, think of Shohei Ohtani. He literally has a specific route he takes to home plate, so he walks a specific amount of steps because he just has such a specific way about going about business.
He's so busy, he had no idea what his interpreter was doing.
Exactly. He didn't realize that millions were missing from his bank account.
I just had to say
Or did he? No, I'm not doing that today.
You enjoyed that one.
Yeah.
Too much.
Yeah, I'm not doing that today. But it's just interesting that, with the longer season and everything, it's like you don't see it as much. They still have their fun, but it's like they have so much going on and they have to keep their bodies in peak physical condition.
I wouldn't even say that. I would say they got smarter people around them.
And that's probably true. Probably a lot of older presences as well. You think about their managers and whatnot.
It's just, you just got, in this day and age of social media where there's phones and cameras everywhere, you just have to have a lower profile. You have to have the right people around you. Not all people are like that.
From the 214, easy way for him to stay out of trouble, make him actually live in Kansas City. Not anything to do there.
Stop that.
That might be the remedy to
barbecue.
it all.
That's right. Eat some barbecue.
Might be the remedy to it all. That's our trip around the NFL, which is just a trip around Rashid Rice's legal issues right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And advice to any young professional athlete, stay at home.
Yeah, I know there's Tolos out there that are some promising high school athletes. I've had a few of y'all follow me on Twitter and everything, so just stay out of trouble, man.
Get you a good crew.
Yeah. Make sure your friends are actually your friends.
Make sure that all the people that are going to your party zip up those cell phones in a bag and give it to them afterwards. I'm just telling you, it's real, man.
Pull out the NDAs if you have to at this point. Just stay out of trouble. Coming up next, the biggest questions heading into this Mavs-Thunder series. We'll answer them next here on The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881.
to your new home or your existing home. AT&T Fiber Internet with All-Fi is now available. Now you can stream from the little bedroom that never used to get a signal, or even from the attic if you want. With straightforward pricing, there's no data caps and no price increases at 12 months, so you won't have to switch providers every year to get the best deal. Don't settle for spotty internet. Live like a gigillionaire. Get AT&T Fiber with All-Fi now and unlock new possibilities for your home. Limited availability. Go to att.com/All-Fi to check eligibility.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. It's time for The Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford. You just heard the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And we got James Tritley on the 1s and 2s for you, the Turn It On or Leave It On listener. And it's nights like tonight that you really do need to turn it on or leave it on. And we are so happy that you do, because not 1, but 2 concurrent DFW playoff games going on here in just a matter of less than an hour.
And not just playoff games. We're talking about second round game 1s. The irony of it all. In other words, it's not like, okay, it's the first round of the playoffs. No. Or the game 4 of the playoffs. Game 3. No, it's game 1 of each matchup. It's the first game against each other.
Yeah, it's the Western Conference semifinals for both teams.
Dun, dun, dun.
That's just so, time is a flat circle, I guess, but it's so fun to be living in that flat circle right now. It's not fun if you're a Cleveland Cavaliers fan, because you are getting squashed by the Boston Celtics 105-83 right now. And didn't really expect this series to be too competitive from Cleveland personally, so this is not shocking whatsoever. We'll let you know when it goes final. It's about 7.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter in that one, and then we will get some Mavs-Thunder action.
And by the way, we know that everybody who's a Tolo isn't necessarily propped up in front of a television. We know a lot of people actually might be working. They might be door dashing. They might be Ubering. They might be driving an 18-wheeler coast to coast. They might be doing anything where they're not in front of a TV. That's what we're here for you. See, we're going to give you updates, not only this Cleveland-Boston game, we're going to give you that New York Rangers game update in Stanley Cup playoffs, because following that game, that's when they're going to drop the puck at the American Airlines Center. You might be just pulling up to your parking spot at the American Airlines Center. See, we're here for you. We got you down. We are here for you. That's all we always say. We love, thank you for letting us ride shotgun while you do what you do. The Franklin Frankel Injuries Attorney hotline or text line is 877-881-1053. And like I said, we're going to do something that we've never done before. We're going to be watching both of these playoff games with our left eyes, and our right eyes, we're going to be looking at each other and having a talk show.
I've never been able to cross my eyes.
Very few people can pull this out. I've never been able to cross my eyes either.
I got to figure out how quick here in a matter of 30, 40 minutes. I'm going to have to figure that out. See, maybe YouTube can help.
This is going to be the biggest test for you.
Yeah.
Because you're saying you're going to have a C4?
Yeah, I've got the...
Because you got to be able to talk at the same time. You're leaving one eye peeled on these two games that are playing simultaneously.
Yeah, and we're live on Twitch and YouTube. I haven't been on the fan cam in forever, so I'm having to be vigilant about reminding you guys that you can check us out there, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam or 105.3 The Fan on YouTube. I don't have a regular C4. Not only is it a collaboration with World Wrestling Entertainment, this has 100 milligrams extra caffeine, because I knew I was going to need it to keep track of everything that's happening.
You will not sleep tonight.
Here tonight.
How's the come down on those? That's why I don't do a Red Bull. It's the come down.
When you're a caffeine addict like me, the come down isn't too bad because I consume.
Because you never go down.
Exactly. I'm always up.
And he's over there laughed, and he know he do it too.
Yeah, this is just the young
Red Bull.
Yeah, it's just the young broadcaster lifestyle. We can still handle it right now, and I drink way more caffeine than I should. And the good thing is, at least I'm active enough to wear some of it off. But you did mention that New York Rangers and Carolina Hurricanes game. They are in the second intermission. At the end of the middle frame, it's 3-2 in favor of the Carolina Hurricanes. So we'll let you know how that one goes in the final frame of that matchup. We'll get back to the Stars coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. But I've got the biggest questions for this Mavericks-Thunder series that need to be answered during the series, but we can try to answer them now, and it's courtesy of Tim McMahon of ESPN.
Let me throw in one. Twice, you will see the SGA Chet commercial where they sing that song twice.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? I'm going to throw out a question that was not from Tim McMahon because you mentioned his name. SGA, what in the hell are you wearing pregame? I just retweeted it at Alec on the radio on Twitter.
Is he going Russell Westbrook?
He's dressed like C-3PO from Star Wars. He is in a fully gold suit, and it just looks weird. He's dressed like Goldust, the wrestler from the 80s and 90s, where he just wore the old gold suit in the gold face paint. He looks like Goldust.
Some old school Dustin Rhodes there?
Yes, he looks like if Goldust and C-3PO had a child. Like, SGA usually has drip.
Look at this.
His pregame outfits are usually fantastic. This is the second round of the playoffs, game one, and you show up in this? I was expecting better.
This is like the mannequins that are in the parks that do like the movement, take the pictures, and they
Yes, he looks like a mime.
Yeah.
That's what he looks like.
Yep.
He looks like
And
a mime.
scares children. I think that was a statue.
Yes, just paint his face gold and he looks like a mime. Yeah, Mavs by 30. This is atrocious. Come on, SGA. I think more highly of you than this.
So he's basically
You can do better.
begging people to ask him the question, who are you wearing?
Yes, and I already know the memes are going to be great whenever they lose this series because that outfit is atrocious.
But we digress.
We digress. We go to the actual piece put out by Tim McMahon earlier today. So looking at this matchup between the Mavericks and the Thunder, a couple of key questions for both sides. And we asked Bobby Karalla about this first one a little bit, and he broke it down pretty well. Luca Doncic versus Lu Dort. That matchup specifically, because that's two of the most postseason seasoned, if you will, guys on their respective teams. There's not a lot of playoff experience on the Thunder, but the two most experienced guys in the postseason are SGA and Lu Dort. So you are at least getting a little bit more even of a matchup there in terms of experience, but it's an interesting question because all things even, Luca should have a good night against him 9 times out of 10.
Oh, he's going to put him in that pick and roll blender, and he's going to be barbecue chicken. I'm telling you, I've seen Dort guard Luca before. Coop was just on Sean and RJ yesterday, I believe, and he was saying he doesn't even think Dort's going to be there the whole game to guard him. In other words, they could easily put him on and get him in foul trouble. So Coop was saying there's going to be a couple of guys guarding him because they're going to switch. They're going to do a lot of switch-offs. And I personally believe that too. Dort has even said, yeah, he's physical, but Luca has a size factor over it. In other words, Dort's squatty, but Luca's like 6'8", and he's going to just have his way with him.
And Bobby said the same thing, that really for all defensive matchups, can't really expect the same matchup throughout each game because fouls will come into play, but they're well coached enough to know when to make those adjustments. So you're not going to see the same thing, but that will be the opening matchup that you see, the predominant matchup for Luca. And a reason that this is at least interesting is because if you even cared to watch that series between the Thunder and the Pelicans, I know it was a tough watch. It really was. But Dort bullied Brandon Ingram.
Yeah,
he absolutely bullied him.
Brandon Ingram only weighs like 215 pounds.
And this is true. And I know.
6'7" himself.
All things considered, it's against the Pelicans without Zion. I know. So the Thunder put up really good numbers.
That to Zion.
But I will say that was a pretty disrespectful bullying by Dort. So, could that confidence come into play? And then you talk on the flip side, Luca has fared pretty well in the 2 games that he did play against the Thunder this season. He averaged 34 points in those 2 games, 13.5 assists, and a 71% true shooting percentage. So, according to NBA Advanced Stats player tracking, Luca scored 20 points on 8 of 14 shooting when Dort was his primary defender in those 2 games. So he did pretty well in those situations, but we know very well that in this first round series against the Clippers, Luca's 3-point touch just abandoned him.
I think that knee, that sore knee, that sprained knee, I mean, think about it. He's got to have liftoff. It's not like he's some jump shooter, but he's got to have liftoff for that shot. And he just didn't have it.
And he'll never admit it. He'll never say that the knee was an issue.
Yep. Yeah. He'll never say that. And he's always fighting through some. He really is fighting through some things. They have put him.
He was sick too.
Oh yeah, the flu symptoms all week long. So again, these are not excuses because Lucas is not bringing it up, but these are just facts. It's like, why is he shooting so poorly? Do you want to hear the facts, or are you going to say that's just an excuse? I'm telling you the facts. And because he's still hurt, I don't know what he's going to shoot tonight.
And the one thing that does give me a little bit of pause and a little bit of worry in that knee is that he did tell reporters after Game 7 he doesn't think the knee is going to get better until the offseason.
That's fact.
Just because of the nature of the postseason structure.
Right.
He's not going to get enough time off his feet.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to rest it so it can heal because the games are every other night, especially in this series. And as he goes further along, I mean, he's just got to play through it. It's not going to get worse. It's not like he's going to tear an ACL or MCL. No, it's just a sprain, but it's bad. And hopefully he can just feel better from his flu symptoms. Maybe all that stuff's over with. That part's over with.
So all in all, if the 3-point shot is working, Lou Dort's going to be in trouble because, as you mentioned, as Coop mentioned, and as Bobby mentioned with us earlier in the show, the foul trouble is going to come into play pretty quickly. But overall, just defensive assignments against Luca are going to be interesting to watch as we just don't know what we're going to get with his overall health and if he's going to be feeling his shot, if everything's going to be available to him in this series. The next question that we also touched on a little bit, Josh Giddey. Will he make the Mavericks pay to any extent?
He made the Pelicans do, but that's not been his history this season in the regular season.
The Mavs basically didn't guard Giddey during the blowout win on February 10th. And the only one of the 4 meetings between the teams in which Doncic and Kyrie Irving both played. The Mavs centers were the primary defenders on Giddey, and they were sagging so far off of him to clog the driving lanes and basically begging him to fire from the corners.
A lot of teams, that was their strategy against him, and he was bricking.
And he, in that game, 3 of 14.
But not against the Pelicans. The Pelicans, this playoff first round series, he was 9 out of 18. 9 out of 18.
And that's why this is even a question.
Yeah, otherwise, he's a non-factor.
Because he's such a flash in the pan. And we've seen that against the Mavericks with some other players where some guys just, no matter what you do, you can't stop them. I mean, in that Clipper series, you saw it even as recent as Game 7, that first half. Paul George, it felt like he was all over the place. Obviously, that calmed down in the second half, and the Mavs were able to close out that series. But you saw it with James Harden, the floaters, earlier in the series. James Harden in general early in the series. It was just, how do you stop that? He's got a defender right in his face, and it's just one of those, I'm going to shoot it because I know I'm going to make it. For anywhere beyond the arc. And that could be Josh Giddey at any given moment, but he's shown you more times than not that you're going to let him shoot and you're going to be okay with it. You can live with that. There's other guys on that team that you won't live with that decision making. Obviously SGA, but they have enough depth to where there's other guys on that team that I would say, hey, don't let them shoot that 3 more than a few times because they'll get hot. Josh Giddey is not one of those guys, and I'm not going to let the Pelicans series distract me too much from that fact because that's what it is. It's a fact.
Make him prove it.
You make him prove it, and I don't know if he really can.
Before you go to the next one from Tim McMahon, I have a trivia question for you in the Tolos because the Mavericks just vanquished the Clippers. What do the Clippers and Oklahoma City Thunder have in common outside of the fact that Russell Westbrook, James Harden, and Paul George all played for Oklahoma City before they went to the Clippers?
What do they have in common?
There's one other nugget.
I'm not sure.
SGA played for the Clippers, and he was traded to Oklahoma City for Paul George.
Oh, yeah.
I knew that, but the Tolos did.
Yep.
That's the commonality. Okay, wait a minute. Do you think the Clippers would trade for Paul George, SGA for Paul George, like they did knowing what SGA is right now? You would say, no, they would never do that. But guess what? They had to.
You had to.
Because Kawhi Leonard took his talents from Toronto and said, I'm coming back to the Clippers only if you bring Paul George with me. And he told Paul George, let's go back home to L.A.
I mean, we even it was one weekend, I think it was you and me, we ran some sound from Doc Rivers. Where he was talking about that this was before.
He was the coach back then.
Yeah, this is when he was still doing broadcasts before he got the Bucks job. And he was saying, well, because he got asked that, like, why would y'all make that trade? And he literally said exactly what you just said. We had to.
They had to.
He was like, I'm trying to tell Kawhi.
Kawhi was going to go to the Lakers.
Yeah, he said him and Steve Ballmer even, and the GM, they were all three trying to say, that cat's going to be special. You just got to give him time. And he was like, I don't want to give him time. I want to win now. Yeah. And whenever you do that, that's the price you got to pay.
And Kawhi's health and Paul George, they haven't played that much together. And by the way, Paul George, they've offered him some money and he's already turned it down. In other words, he may be headed to Orlando. We'll find out. Back to the Thunder and Tim McMahon.
Hey, I mean, DFW is a nice place to live, PG. Just saying.
That'd be a nice option. Oh, he can hit that. Shoot, he can drive the paint, get the three.
Me and Blake have been pushing that agenda for like 2 months now, and we know it's not going to work, but may as well have fun with it. Real quick, the last question. I think it's a pretty easy question to answer, all things considered. How much will the Mavs miss Maxi Kleber?
A lot, because he spreads the defense for Oklahoma City, and also he can guard anybody and block their shots. You got to have somebody else other than Tim Hardaway Jr. that the other team has to worry about to make some threes. And Maxi, he had found it. It was like he was looking like 2022 playoff Maxi until he got hurt. Shoulders out. He's out for at least 3 weeks.
Yeah, they're going to miss him pretty bad. And it's not because of anything that shows up in the box score.
Yeah, and it won't be as big of a factor against Oklahoma City, but if they get past them against Minnesota or Denver, oh my God, that's going to be like, oh, if we only had Maxi.
We haven't even played a single game in the second round series, but I am terrified about facing either of those teams in the third round because you're going to be shorthanded. I know it's just one player, but he could make a pretty big difference.
Let me tell you how big he is. Okay, for those who follow football a lot, Maxi Kleber is the safety who's got the green dot on his helmet. In other words, he commands the defense. He's like a coach on the floor. He makes sure everybody's lined up in the right spots on the zone, and he can float around and do the thing. Like I said, it's like a safety who's got the green dot on his helmet. And that's how much you're going to miss Maxi Kleber defensively, let alone if he starts making those threes, which he had done until he got hurt.
A team source told ESPN's Tim McMahon that Maxi was their, quote, secret weapon for the playoffs.
Boom.
Like, that's how highly the team thinks about him. And Reggie had a great point on KNC earlier today. The fact that J. Kidd just trusts him.
Oh, yeah.
With his entire being.
Fans didn't like that, but the coach knows.
Yes, and
they don't know the green dot stuff.
As much as we knock J. Kidd, he's made some really good adjustments and decisions so far in the playoffs.
Yes, he has.
And just to wrap it up and put a bow on how great Kleber was defensively, the Clippers shot only 29.8% when Kleber was the primary defender.
See?
That's really good.
He talk about rim protection, talk about also going out on the edges on the perimeter. I mean, the guy is versatile. He's just not available for a while.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Josh Giddey is crazy.
Josh Giddey.
That is an insane statement.
Giddey.
I love you, 3, 2, 1. That is an insane statement. There's the biggest questions that had to be answered.
But you so right. You're so wrong, but you so right.
You're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it. Coming up next, here on the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan. Let's preview the Stars and Avalanche by the numbers. We got all the analytics you could need that say the Stars might win this thing. We'll talk about it next on The Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details. Febreze.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy. Be Febreze, la 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 la.
Hi, this is Larry Patterson, owner of Glass Doctor. Your fogged insulated glass window frames don't have to be replaced. The specialists at Glass Doctor can install new insulated glass in existing frames for less than you might think. Visit glassdoctor.com today.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Colbert Garage Door in Proud Tolo. Call us today for your free garage door repair estimate. 469-909-0956 or visit colbertgaragedoor.com.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew, 30 seconds, that's it. Done. Peace.
How would you like to earn some extra cash while contributing to a good cause? Fortrea Clinical Trials is currently seeking healthy men ages 18 to 55. You must be available for one stay of 8 nights plus 7 follow-up visits. Compensation of up to $7,354 may be provided for time and participation. Call Fortrea today, 469-914-8330, or find out more at FortreaClinicalTrials.com. That's FORTREA clinicaltrials.com.
Are you a healthy adult with a higher body mass index? Right now, Fortrea is seeking overweight adults for clinical research studies. Fortrea offers a variety of studies that you may qualify for. Compensation could be up to $18,802 for time and participation. Don't miss the chance to help advance medicine. Call 469-914-8330 or visit FortreaClinicalTrials.com. That's FORTREA clinicaltrials.com.
Hi, Scott Murray here, inviting you to join us on June 18th for our Life Changer Charity Golf Tournament, benefiting Single Parent Advocate and the Scott Murray Scholarship Foundation. Sign up at singleparentadvocate.org/events. Hope to see you there and be a champion of change.
You know a spot, but not just a spot, the spot. Actually, with the 2023 Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your Frontier in the 2023 Nissan Frontier with standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-feet of torque.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard helps you get top dollar for your home. And Orchard gives you an impressive, guaranteed cash offer. With a solid cash offer in your back pocket, you can hold out for the price you deserve. Imagine knowing your home is guaranteed to sell. Get the most money for your home with Orchard. Get your free guaranteed cash offer at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is sponsored by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Who is that announcer man's voice?
That's James Tritley on the ones and
What's up,
twos.
James?
He's one of our newest teammates here at the Fan. Get used to that voice, that illustrious radio voice.
He sounds older than, how old are you?
27.
Really? You sound like professional radio man.
Well, that's the goal, baby.
Yeah, and I swear that's the fun thing about, dropping my age is because a lot of people don't watch, they just listen and they don't see me and see that I still look very young. But literally had someone text in when I was ranting about Rashid Rice that was like, I forget how young you are.
Speaking of how young you are, for those who don't know what you look like, I'm going to paint the picture.
Oh, no.
He is a redheaded Travis Jankowski. Travis Jankowski, of course, the long blonde hair Texas Ranger.
El Blondie.
Utility man. Yes. You guys should have a showdown, or at least the next time you talk to him, I'm sure you're going to talk product.
I'm sure. I think here in the next couple weeks we'll be back
Who's
at the Globe.
got the longest locks?
I do want to figure that out. I think in the next week or two we'll be back at the Globe, me and Blake, for a show.
We've got to make this happen.
I'll get there an extra 2 hours early when the clubhouse is open, and I will get in there and I will ask him for his routine, and we will compare and contrast our different way that we go about conditioning and everything, and we'll see how much it lines up. But I did see him in person. He was talking to someone else at FanFest. I didn't want to intrude, but I did get to see the flow in person at FanFest, and it's as advertised, if not better.
And yours is right up there too. So there you go.
I'm working on it.
Pick your poison. If I start calling you Travis, you'll know why.
Yeah. I'm not mad at the comp because it seems like every time he steps up to the plate in a pinch hit situation, he's a DFW hero.
Yes, he is.
So I'm not mad about it. I'm really not. We'll talk about the Texas Rangers here at 9 o'clock, recap that crazy game that you heard on these airwaves. But speaking of Rangers, the New York Rangers are in action as we speak.
They're still playing
against the Carolina Hurricanes. And yeah, it's knotted up at 3 apiece. 12 minutes left to play in the third period. So Stars fans, you're not going to be getting that 8:30 puck drop. It's probably going to be closer to 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And if we get overtime in this game, it's going to be a long night.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long night.
Meanwhile, Maverick fans, guess what? Celtics destroyed the Cleveland Cavaliers in game 1 of their series. It's now won. The final score is 120-95. I mean, the Celtics are the best team in the league in the regular season, so they've been doing this without KP. But Cavaliers lucky to get past Orlando. Bottom line is the Maverick game is probably going to start, I would guess, in the next 10 minutes.
It's funny because
we will keep you updated.
Right when you mentioned that final score, and I was laughing, I looked up to our TV screen to see the NBA on TNT, and Chuck was making the ugliest face. So that's how I know they were talking about the Cavs. Because I think Ernie read something, and Chuck had the ugliest reaction to it. So, yeah.
Scowled all up.
Yeah, it was not a good night for the Cavs whatsoever.
You picked them, huh?
Yeah, so but there you have it. We're hopefully going to get a pretty on-time Mavericks game, and we'll keep you up to date.
Again, we know there are people out there who are working. There are people actually have to make some run into the store. Some people haven't even made it home yet, and we're going to keep you updated. If you have to do anything and you're not in front of a screen, we got you down.
We do. And we're going to go ahead and preview this Stars and Avalanche matchup by the numbers.
And by the way, there's some Stars fans running late to the game at the American Airlines.
What are you doing?
You're fine. You're fine. You got plenty of time. You can listen to us as you find a parking spot and don't have to rush in because that Carolina game's still going on.
If you are running late, I hope it's because you were tailgating. So you're at least getting ready. You're at least celebrating.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe they're stuck in
We need you in there and getting loud early. But if you're still listening to us, we appreciate it nonetheless. Mm-hmm. The Athletic, their group of NHL experts, always put together an analytical masterpiece on these game previews and these series previews, and they give all kinds of stuff that is way over the casual fan's head, but then they kind of break it down to make it all sound human again. And so they have all kinds of great metrics and everything, and they broke it down. They simulated the series, and they give a percentage of basically the win probability, and it came out to 63% chance of series victory for the Dallas Stars.
Ooh, yay.
And
goal.
And obviously the first instinct in this series for a lot of us, and we were talking to G-Bag about it during Crosstalk, is this series is going to be close, and we could see this going to Game 7 easily, just because the Avalanche play such a unique style of speedy offense, and really just all across their game. They are just fast. They arguably have the best 2 players in this series. That's a really good team, and you alluded to it. They're kind of like the thorn in the side of the Stars. Not exactly because they've stopped the Stars in the past, but
you got to go through
they're
them.
always there. They are always in the way.
Man.
But if your first instinct was that this series feels a lot closer than that 63% to 37% ratio, I wouldn't blame you. The Avalanche are an elite offensive team, and they really did flip the switch in round 1. They pulverized what most people thought was a stout Winnipeg Jets team. The Avs could be ready for a deep run. They could be. But there is a really massive obstacle in their way, which is a Dallas Stars team that was the best team in hockey by pretty much every measure during the regular season.
And
plus,
second best record. Barely missed out on
They barely missed out on that President's Trophy. And they just beat the reigning champs, the reigning Stanley Cup champions, in 7 games. And they showed that they can do some pretty spectacular things with their back against the wall. Even the best teams have some flaw in one way or another, whether that's offense or defense, star power, depth, finishing at the net, goaltending. The Stars are that rare team in the postseason that can check seemingly every box. They're a two-way powerhouse. They're built to keep up with some of Colorado's biggest strengths and overwhelm its weaknesses. And that's why there was such a discrepancy, was the Stars are more evenly balanced as a team than the Avalanche.
Especially at the trade deadline, they added in some defense.
This is true. And Colorado carries championship pedigree. They show that throughout their entire first-round series against the Jets. But offensive rating is where the Avalanche will beat you by somewhat of a margin. But, I mean, they're still averaging through this point in the season, postseason including, they're literally like a 1/10 of a point higher in goals per game. Expected goals, the Stars have them beat. Outside of that, pretty much every measure is somewhat even. Where it gets a little bit mixed up is the Stars have the better rating in the power play.
They take care of business.
Special teams might be where the Stars can thrive, and that's no shocker because
put somebody in the penalty box.
Throughout the regular season, that's where they thrived, was in special teams. Against the Golden Knights, there were a couple power plays that scared me because it was like, what in the world are you doing? You have the man advantage, and you can't seem to move the puck, but hopefully that changes against a team that defensively I would look at a little bit to a lower degree, not by much, but to a lower degree than the Golden Knights. I mean, the Stars' defensive rating is fantastic at a +39. The Avalanche are at just a +4. Like they are a very average defense. That doesn't mean they're bad by any means. That just means that they're not going to scare you necessarily on defense. And overall net rating, the Stars at a +71 compared to the Avalanche's +54. With 17 goals between these two teams, this is the most even second-round series by just the numbers on paper. And basically, the Athletics thinking with all of their experts is what I mentioned earlier, balance. And the Avalanche just don't win that conversation, no matter how hard you try. The Dallas Stars +71 net rating is fueled by their play on both ends of the ice. Offensively, this team gets contributions up and down the lineup. We've been talking about Wyatt Johnston over and over again for good reason, because he's young and he might not be the guy that other fan bases would expect to get beaten by. But they're getting contributions from everybody.
Except for Niles.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about that, and we won't.
We don't want to see him tonight.
Colorado, they are a deeper team than when the season started. They've gotten healthier. They've made their additions, but I mean, their style of play still works for them, and that's why we've talked about them being a scary enough matchup, is because they are just so quick. And hockey is already such an unpredictable sport when it comes to scoring. All it takes is one deflection, one misdirection, a goalie slipping. All it takes is just one crazy play and the game is turned on its head. And what helps with that is speed, transition. And on the break, the Avalanche can be deadly. That is where a lot of people from the national perspective are saying the Avalanche could shock the Stars just by being quick enough and lucky enough. But on paper, is the Colorado Avalanche's star power like a big enough difference to beat the Stars? As of right now, without playing a single game yet, probably not. And that gives me hope that a lot of people that are very, very smart when it comes to the analytics and watching the tape and breaking down these two teams, they're saying, look, they might have the best two players on the ice at all times in this series. They're still not better.
That's right.
And I still think just because of how hot their offense was, the Avalanche's offense was in that first round, I still think this thing goes 7 games. I really see this going the distance.
Pete DeBoer is undefeated in Game 7s. He would be 9-0 if that happens and they win. You expect him to win in Game 7. I love it. I have no argument with that because I think it's gonna take something for the Stars to get past the Avalanche, but I truly expect them to get past them.
And that something might be from the 860, an Avs fan texting in on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text line. They say straight up, our goalie is trash. So coming from an Avs fan, we have somebody on that side of the game.
We've got Otter, and he's good. And Otter only gave up like 2 goals in the third period the whole series, and those were the first 2 games.
Yeah, and Otter will have his moments, and he's had his moments where he has had me on the edge of my seat, and I know if you're Reginald Atatula, sometimes falling out of your seat. As he said earlier, I think it was yesterday or today with KNC. He will have those games where it seems like he is getting twisted into a pretzel, but he's still not giving up more than a goal or 2.
No.
And with this Stars offense, with this special teams unit that Dallas has, a goal or 2, you can live with that in most games. But it is the postseason, and postseason hockey, I think there is a bigger difference in style of play from team to team in the postseason in the NHL than there is any other sport. It just seems like some of these teams that you did not expect to go anywhere flip a switch, and they're elite somehow. And then the 1 seeds show up sleepwalking, and they get washed in the first round. The parity in the NHL postseason is so unique, and that's why I think this thing goes 7, because the Avs are just hot right now, and you can't count out the hot team. So The Athletic thinks that the Dallas Stars have this thing handled pretty well in terms of the numbers.
We even got home ice. And if home ice in the Game 7, the boy would say, I like that. I like it like that.
I like our chances, but I do think that it will come with its drama. So it's gonna get underway here in a matter of minutes whenever this...
No, it won't. It's going to be a half hour. I'm telling you, after 9 o'clock, watch.
Still less than an hour, so I'll take that.
I'm thinking this Carolina and New York Rangers game might go to overtime.
If it does, then you could be looking at
the Mavericks
a long time.
But again, you might not be in front of a TV right now. We're telling all the Tolos, if you're driving about, if you got some work to do, if you just running errands and you just can't get home in front of a screen, we got you down. A17 says, hey, see, tell all the people to tip your Uber and Lyft drivers. Please, please, please. That's from Casey Parkhurst from Fort Worth. We got you down. And again, Tolo listeners, we got all of y'all. We appreciate all of y'all listening. Red Raider fan from Lubbock, appreciate you too. Out driving Uber, listening to y'all right now. We got a Tolo that says, Alec, thanks for following him. What's his name? He just said you followed him. Mossy Horn Whiskey said, thanks for the follow, Alex.
Yeah, I saw Choppy was doing a taste test video, and I was like, Choppy's a pretty wise guy. If he likes it, then I should throw him a follow. So might have to pick up some of your products soon. It looks pretty good. And with Father's Day, might be a good gift because my dad's a big bourbon guy. But there's your Stars Avalanche preview right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are moments away from tip-off Mavs-Thunder, but coming up next, it's time for another Hall of Fame edition of CA Stories Confidential. Where are we going?
Oh, you will never guess who just dropped a diss track. It's Giselle! Coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, all of your complete overreactions to Stars and Mavs in Game 1 of the conference semifinals. Plus, at 12:20, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. So join the show, leading you all the way into the doubleheader, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on The Fan.
Mike Bassick with 1053 The Fan. You have heard about the TrustedLab.com before. It is a Texas company with the highest quality CBD products. Many people say it helps with muscle and joint pain, delivered right to your door. CBD is all natural and many use it before going to sleep. CBD is non-addictive and it is all natural. Go to the TrustedLab.com and see which CBD product is best for you. CBD you can trust. Use code FAN, F-A-N, for an extra 20% off your first purchase. TheTrustedLab.com.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew, 30 seconds, that's it. Done. Peace.
We make sure hackers don't mess with Texas. Telesystem's job is to allow business leaders to sleep better at night knowing that their cybersecurity, networking, and communications stay connected and protected. Visit
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And her previous marriage to Tom Brady during the Netflix roast. Did you see the roast?
I did.
Oh, I enjoyed that roast so much. Did you see the roast, James?
I have not seen the roast yet. I've seen clips, haven't seen the full roast.
Well, you just sit down sometime and it's there. And it was live. And what I loved about this roast, Reg and I were talking about this last week on the Get Right. I was saying, or even Will, I was saying, you got to make sure you watch this. And they're like, man, it's not going to be that good as Tom Brady. I'm like, wait a minute. That's why it's going to be good. See, here's the deal. If you're going to roast somebody, it's got to be somebody that, you don't know how they would take if you talk about the real stuff. You know what I mean? And I think some people going into this roast are thinking, well, Tom Brady's not going to let them be, talking about everything. Not everything. And I'm like, man, if you got the right people on this roast, they're going to talk about it all. I really didn't think that Kevin Hart was going to go there. I mean, I like Kevin Hart. I don't love him. I don't think he's Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, and Eddie Murphy. But I'm like, okay, he's funny. But I was like, okay, he might play it somewhat safe. Man, Kevin Hart told him a new one. I mean, the whole thing, you just got to say, I highly recommend people watch it. And I bring this up only because Giselle is like, wait a minute. Yep. Giselle basically said, keep my name out your mouth. Basically, because she's like, and she told People magazine, she's deeply disappointed by the disrespectful portrayal of her family on Sunday evening's roast show. You have to see the roast. She has every right to say those things because they tore her up and they tore him up. How do they tear her up? I'm going to paraphrase because I can't cuss on the radio like I did 2 weeks ago. It's a effing pointed. Okay, so here's the deal. I'm paraphrasing. Kevin Hart basically kind of said that Tom Brady, when he left the Patriots, he effed his coach because he left Bill Belichick with Mac Jones. Then he said, but you know what? Every now and then you got to F your coach to find happiness. He's not the only one who effed his coach. Giselle got with that karate guy. And I was like, no, he didn't. And he said, Tom, how did you not see this coming? 8 lessons a day? She never got a black belt. It was a white belt. That's all she got. And so Giselle was like, oh, let me put out my diss track. I'm so disappointed. We have charity foundations and I'm raising my kids quietly and I'm here in Brazil minding my own business. And it reminded me, what's her name? The female comedian Glazer?
Yeah.
She was good. She said, Tom, you've got 7 rings. Well, 8 now that Giselle gave hers back. I mean, I could go on and on.
She was so good.
She was so good. All the roasts, I highly recommend people to see this. It was that good of a roast. And I started thinking, have you guys ever been to a roast?
Never.
Okay. Locally, if on this staff we had a roast, who should be the person roasted? Now, I'm going to tell you right now, it's got to be Bobby Belt.
I was going to say Bobby is up there.
Maybe Sean.
Sean would be a fun one.
Maybe Dawson. No, Bassick for sure.
Bassick, yeah.
The reason I say who on this staff, on this radio station staff, because you got to have somebody that would get uncomfortable. Bassick probably wouldn't care. Maybe he would. I don't know. But Bobby wouldn't care either. But Bobby, there's so many ways you could roast him because Bobby's crazy, but he's so smart.
Yeah.
And I think when he got to the microphone to shoot everybody down, it'd be like, oh, he'd tear everybody up.
Oh, yeah.
He'd just tear everybody up.
Brady even had a few good lines whenever he went up there.
Oh, yeah. And you got to have the writers. Don't get me wrong. Not everybody. I mean, Gronk didn't know all the stuff he was saying. He could barely read. And he was a great target. But everybody who's up there, they get roasted too. I have not been to a roast. This is where it turns into kind of like a CA Stories. There was a church that asked to honor me. I'm like, what? This is like 10 years ago. I'm like, what do you mean honor? Chris, you've done a lot in the community and we want to have a nice little Sunday luncheon, and have a thing at this church. And I wasn't even a member of the church. I knew the people who were, members of the church, but I wasn't a member. And it was Johnson Chapel in DeSoto. They said, we're going to have this. We're going to have this. Not a roast. We're going to honor you. And I'm like, you said, just bring your family and we'll have some people to make some speeches. I'm like, I'm not even worthy of all this. Guess who they had making speeches about me? They had my mother. They had Derek Harper. They had Deion Sanders. And I'm like, okay. Deion said nice things. Harp said nice things. First, I was very amazed that Harp and Deion took time out of their lives to honor me at this little church, little Johnson Chapel in DeSoto. But my mother turned it into a roast. I swear to God. I'm sitting there, and my mother, she got on the roll. She told one little joke about me when I was a little kid, and then she started feeling it. And I was like, no, she's not. My mom actually roasted me at a church lunch. They were handing out church dinners and stuff and everything. I couldn't believe this. I couldn't even remember. I just kind of blurred over about, she's like, he could have been so much more than a sportscaster. She could have been so much more than a radio. He disappointed. No, I was like, I just have to say, I was like, okay, my mom turned my little honor into a little roast, but that's okay. And then I started thinking, okay, Tolos 877-881-1053. Who at this station would you roast? The 214 says, roast Blake Elliott. He'd either laugh at it or he'd be mad. And then another 469 said, it'd be fun to see Reggie Atatula get roasted. And let's see, 214 says, Bobby, Gavin, and Sean all have thin skin. Oh, the fake Tom Brady just texted and he said, Brady here, that wasn't me, CA, it was the roasters. One other note, I saw a list, and people do love lists. CBS Sports came out with a list of who in the world of sports should be the next roast. Because that Tom Brady roast was so good. Who should be on the hot seat next? And I'm looking at their list, and I'm like, okay, there's a couple of names I could see being roasted, and they would be very uncomfortable. And I'm going to say who, they didn't give you a particular order. I'm not going to name all 9 of them. They have some different ones. And I'm going to ask y'all, do y'all think this would be a good roastee? A-Rod. Can you see A-Rod, Alex Rodriguez?
100%.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Because he's got stuff. And they got to talk about the steroids. They got to talk about his time with the Yankees, his relationship with Derek Jeter. Got to go through all of those. And then they mentioned, okay, what about Conor McGregor?
Ooh. Yeah, you could cut deep with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the MMA, all the stuff.
Like his recent movie.
Even talk about the Floyd Mayweather fight that was not a fight. Brett Favre, maybe. I think Brett Favre could not handle a roast.
I don't think he could handle it.
Not with the Mississippi dirt that would come out.
Do I want to see it? Yes.
Of course.
But could he handle it? No.
Since we're past the March Madness, Ken Mulkey, LSU.
Oh, man.
Ooh, I would love to see Ken Mulkey.
Yep, I would pay for that.
Ooh, oh boy, that would be. Ooh, the former players, even. Ooh, Angel, not just Angel Reese. Tiger Woods. What about Tiger Woods? Man, the golf cart jokes, the Waffle House jokes. I just could go on and on and on. Tiger Woods. Tiger Woo. Charles Barkley, of course.
Yes, Chuck 1,000%.
Yep.
Someone said, if you got to have Chuck, you got to have Michael Jordan. And he would take that personally. There would be have Scottie Pippen up there. Ooh. Now, they don't even have bad blood, but Scottie Pippen, he's like, I don't get enough credit. Oh, boy. Barkley would tell the jokes on Jordan. By the way, Jordan and Barkley don't speak anymore. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
Jordan took it personally. All of Chuck just talking what he says on TNT. And Chuck's like, I don't know why we're not friends anymore. I haven't done anything wrong. And then they have a name on this list, CBS Sports list. I would love to see Jerry Jones roasted. And the MC of the roast has got to be Dale Hansen. Y'all have no idea. Dale could host the roast. Oh, my God. Dale's got so many. Dale could be a comedian if he wasn't a sportscaster. If he wasn't a retired sportscaster, because all he does is he has the greatest jokes. And Dale likes to be the victim of the jokes, too. He can take a joke. So anyway, there's the CA Stories Confidential on roast. And my mama got me. Mom, keep my name out your mouth.
Another Hall of Fame edition of CA Stories Confidential from the 817. Rashid Rice.
Somebody says Rashid Rice rose, Nick Saban rose, Shaq rose. He said roast Gavin Spell. No, he ain't roast our boss. We want to work here.
Yeah, I want to keep my job. Please.
Somebody said, too bad OJ passed away. He'd be a great roastie. Yeah, he'd probably take the joke too. Or would he? Would you sleep at night?
Yeah, you'd have to watch your back after that one.
A lot of knives in that back.
Well, I do have good news. The Hurricanes and Rangers game is going to OT, but the Stars and the Avalanche have started.
They just stopped the clock at 8:58.
Yep. So they actually did it a few minutes ago. So it is still 0-0. After a few shots by the Stars, had a couple of quality looks early on, but we'll keep you up to date on that matchup, and we are knotted up at 17 apiece between the Mavericks and the Thunder. So stay tuned. We will keep you.
You're going to hear some amazing content. We're going to be entertaining you guys while keeping up with both of these games at the same time.
It's going to be fun, and we're going to entertain you with the game that entertained you this afternoon. Rangers and A's Game 2. Let's talk about that madness next here on The Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
It starts with
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Avalanche game. We're here to keep you updated on both of those games until 11 o'clock tonight. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text on is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 to get involved in the conversation. And we are live on Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, or just search 1053 The Fan on YouTube. So much more to talk about as we have those games ongoing. But an interesting new formula to winning championships that we will talk about here in about 16 minutes, and it was posed by our friend Ruben Portillo. And
you mean the Thunder fan?
Yes. So that's the only
that's my
love
guy, but that's the only flaw in his character.
That's the only love he's going to get tonight, is that he had a very intriguing concept that we're going to bring to light here. Coming up on the other side, we still got your headlines at the top of the hour and AM on the FM in about an hour and 15 minutes or so. So don't go anywhere as we keep you up to date in these second round playoff matchups for both of your DFW sports teams that are still alive here. And look, it's been a little bit of a shaky start for a couple of the Mavs players so far. Kyrie Irving with a couple of costly turnovers. Daniel Gafford on defense hasn't been spectacular early on, but no harm, no foul here in the first quarter.
As a matter of fact, this is what you're looking for. You do not want the Mavericks to give up 30 points in the first quarter, and it looks like they will not give up 30 points. The score is tied 23-23 with 32 seconds to play. Mavericks have the ball. And, of course, Kyrie does not go off until the second half. Right now, the only thing I don't like is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is making – well, he's going to the free throw line too much. That's the only thing I like.
I mean, that's every game he plays.
Well, that's what I don't like. That's how he eats.
That's just the unfortunate reality, and there's no way to stop that most times. It's just he's so aggressive.
Shoots 90%. I will say this: he missed one of his free throws. That's rare.
That is rare, and that is a great gift for the Dallas Mavericks. You can't expect that, but you'll take them where you can get them, because you have had some
It's tied at the end of the first.
Some pretty ugly transitions, but it is knotted up at 23 apiece after the first quarter.
We are talking about Mavs. We got Stars over here. I know y'all's TV right now has the overtime game, but the Stars are up 1-0, folks.
Oh, good.
There we
I
go.
know. You
I'm
switch
glad you
over the
noticed
channel.
that because they're showing the Carolina Rangers game in overtime, but they
ESPNU. That's where you need to go.
Yep. What?
Yep.
would change that.
Ryan Suter with the wrister to put the Stars up 1-0.
There we go.
Thanks, James.
Up early.
Pimp Cup.
You know, this is the bad thing about doing talk radio during these games is I can't get up, to change the channel. So
James, we're going to have you step out of the Pimp Cup.
It's fine. I can pull it up on the iPad. But that's a good thing. Lots of good things going on so far. You did have a big block on SGA by Daniel Gafford towards the end of the first quarter that would have made that score different than 23 apiece. So some good things to take away, even though he's had a rough start to the game, and we'll keep you up to date on that one. And like you said, Kyrie Irving doesn't explode until the second half, so I'm not going to take too much from this first quarter and really this first half from him. We'll see how things continue to go for Luca Doncic, as it seemed like his shot was working in the first quarter. That needs to stay consistent. Especially if SGA is going to continue to go to the foul stripe and rack up those points. Luca needs to stay consistent, and
Keep on doing what he's doing.
We will let you know if that continues to be the
And again,
case.
keep an eye on the fact that the Mavericks defense is in play, and it's not a good look if they give up 30-plus points in the first quarter. They have not done that yet. That was always my gauge, because I know in the third period, since they became the best defense in the entire NBA from March on, the third period is when they really start, squeezing these other teams out. So you can't let the other team run off with it in the first half, and they have not done that tonight.
They have not, but you know who was really consistent today? It's the Texas Rangers.
Ooh, the offense showed up big.
Yeah, that's quite the understatement. 15-8.
Sound like a damn football game.
This sounds like a UFL game.
Yeah, for real.
That's literally what this
football.
sounds like.
Yep.
This sounds like I just read a Renegades box score. 15-8 at the Coliseum in Oakland.
They went for 2.
In front of all 20 people in attendance.
Both teams went for 2.
Yeah, they did. And they were successful in their attempts. And there's a lot to get into here because there's some good, and somehow when you score 15 runs, there is some bad to take away from this game. But literally from the first pitch of the game, things were going well for the Rangers offense, and we'll go ahead and start with cut number 1 because Marcus Semien, he didn't need to take anything. He saw a fastball and he said, okay, watch how I can send this 400 feet.
Second year in the big leagues, Semien swings on the first pitch and hits a rocket. Deep left center field, way back, and that ball is history. On the first pitch of the game, Marcus Semien has homered. Just to the right of the 388 sign in left center field, and the Rangers grab an immediate 1-0 lead.
His third homer of the season, and it went 401 feet. And so, first pitch fastball from Ross Stripling, no problem for Marcus Semien. And that
damn near went to San Francisco.
Yeah, pretty much. And that was just the beginning for the Texas Rangers offense. There's a lot to get into here, and if we tried to play all the highlights from this game,
we'd be here tomorrow. Sean and RJ would be handing the mic over to them.
Yeah, and when Bobby usually shows up at 6:00, probably
still,
we'd still be running through them. But this is one of those anomaly games where you look at the second inning, the second inning. Excuse me. This was the club's first 10-run inning since May 23rd, 2015 at Yankee Stadium when the offense collected a 10-run third inning. So it's been 9 years since the Rangers did what they did in one single inning.
And imagine, they're doing this without Wyatt Langford and without Josh Young.
Yeah, so 2 of their young phenoms at the plate, not even available. Rangers batted around and then some.
So who needs them?
So this big day was driven by that second inning. 10 runs, but there was a lot going on in that inning. They sent 16 batters to the plate in one inning. And 3 different players recorded 2 hits. In one inning, Marcus Semien, Jonah Heim, and Leody Taveras each had 2 hits in one inning.
This just in, the Stars scored again. Right, James?
That's right, CA. Stars scored again, courtesy of Wyatt Johnson, his 5th of the postseason. A snapshot goal assisted by Joe Pavelski and Jamie Benn.
See, Telos, we got you covered. We will keep you updated all the rest of the night.
Can I even act surprised?
Nope. Not with Wyatt Johnston.
You can't even act surprised. When one Wyatt in DFW goes down, when he goes on the IL, another one steps up.
And by the way, he'll be on the IL for at least 15 days. One other note about the Wyatt Johnston thing. He might have given them a 2-0 lead, but y'all know Colorado can explode at any time.
They can, but it's nice to see a decent lead growing in the first period.
Yeah,
I'd rather have that cushion now than
Instead
later.
of trying to fight back.
Exactly. So, at least you're a little bit more comfortable against, like you said, a lightning fast offense in the Colorado Avalanche. So, look, it's still early on. This score could get a little more crooked at any point, but we'll be here to keep you updated if that happens. But 2-0, the Stars up early.
And it is 29-29 Mavericks and Oklahoma City with 10 minutes gone, or 10 minutes left in the second period.
Yeah, not as exciting.
And Giddy's missing all of his threes.
Oh, that's not shocking. Not as exciting and back and forth, or more back and forth, I should say, for the Dallas Mavericks and the Thunder. But we'll keep you up to date on both games as they continue to progress. But the one that already happened was the game for the Texas Rangers that saw the 8 and 9 hole hitters, Jonah Heim and Leody Taveras, combining 7 for 9 with 4 RBIs and 6 runs scored in the game.
Murderer's row, man.
And that 8 and 9 spot hasn't been very good for the Rangers so far this year. It hasn't produced too much.
This is the beginning. Remember what they did last year at this time? So that's what you got to think. At some point, they're going to turn it on. No, I'm kidding, but I'm halfway serious. One thing I did like about last year's team, the offense was on fire the first half of the season. It hadn't been that way, including Corey Seager. Corey Seager starting off slow, and he never does that.
Yeah.
But again, that's why I'm saying, well, it's early. And this is not going to stay the same as far as the offensive blue. So right now, I'll take all what they're doing right now. Oh, Chet Holmgren just went down.
Yeah, he got
Kyrie knocked the ball out of his hands, but he's holding his face like his face got scraped.
I think he's selling.
I do too.
Because I did not see
the replay. Kyrie knocked the ball right out of his hands.
Not
his face.
I think that was a flop, but I digress. Needed some assistance
We'll
for
let you know what they call
whatever injury, quote unquote, happened
Again,
there.
you're listening to us watch the games for you and give you updates in the world of sports.
Just the way you like it. That's why we're live and local in the evenings here in the DFW
We're taking care of
Metroplex.
everybody who can't be in front of that flat screen. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, we show
got
up for you. And I saw a couple people text in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053. Saw someone say that they had a long drive back to Fort Worth and they needed plenty of updates. Well, guess what? You're getting all of them right here with the Get Right.
And we're going over a Rangers victory. Isn't that nice? As opposed to, well, we have to zip through this bad Ranger loss. No, the Rangers won big.
Oh, yeah. And guess what? I have more numbers. They collected 19 total hits, becoming the first MLB team this season with 5 games of 15 or more hits, as they also matched their season high with 15 runs.
See, listen to this. We're talking about the offense struggling, and they have already done a couple of things.
And look, a lot of people's first thought, what is it going to be, CA? It's against the A's. Who cares?
But this is a better A's team than last year's A's team.
Their pitching staff as a whole has actually been pretty good this year.
And didn't you say you want us to swipe their closer?
Yeah. I mean, their rotation has actually been pretty solid, but you look at their bullpen, going into the series, I don't know where they stand now, but going into the series, they were, I think, 6th in Major League Baseball in bullpen ERA, and then they were like 2nd in strikeout percentage. Like, they were really, really good in a pretty small sample size, albeit, but their bullpen was really solid, and a lot of it was led by their closer, Mason Miller, who he is a 102-mile-an-hour fireballer that is all over social media lately because not only does he throw fireballs, he can command them too. So whenever you have that combination of lethal speed and you know where it's going when you throw it, I mean, this guy, he was striking out the top of the Yankees order just like a week ago and making them look stupid, sitting them down in order. And you're talking about guys like Aaron Judge and Juan Soto, that he was sitting them down.
Yeah, he's that good. And by the way, steal him away. He doesn't want to go to Sacramento. He want to go to Las Vegas. He want to come to a championship team.
Oh, yeah. He knows this team isn't leaving anytime soon. He knows that his home would be in DFW.
Exactly.
He wouldn't have to go anywhere. Like, it's wonderful out here, man. You should really push for that trade. That would be awesome. See why start kicking the tires. But all in all, this is a Rangers club that needed a bounce-back series, and in 2 out of the 4 games, they've done just that.
Are you saying there's 2 games tomorrow?
There's 2. That's why we won't be with you tomorrow, because you're going to hear more, hopefully dominant, Rangers baseball. You have a scheduled doubleheader and a tease for sharing time. Doubleheaders, scheduled doubleheaders. Why do they still exist in 2024? I know exactly why this one is happening, but I still think it's dumb. I'm going to rant about it at 9:40. But you can still listen. You're going to have all kinds of live coverage tomorrow. We're going to have RJ and Bobby, as Sean Sharif is out. Just welcomed a little girl into the world. Congratulations, Sean. But
and her hands are bigger than his.
All right.
They just,
had to go straight there.
His kids' hands are bigger than everybody knows Sean's got these.
Not even 2 seconds after the congratulations. He's already.
I've
had to humble him.
I've congratulated him personally, except for a text.
And then the KNC masterpiece with Reggie, as Bassick is on TV duty. They'll be reacting to these games as well, leading you right in to game 1 of the scheduled doubleheader.
682 says, working all night, boys. Got you guys going in my ears, so keep them updates coming to me. Another 214 says, I need those updates, CA. This is from Liban from Hoop Troop. Oh, what's going on, Liban? From the Mavericks Hoop Troop. Well, we're going to keep those updates coming, as well as our quality content right here on 105.3 The Fan.
There you go. And your update before we head into the break, still 2-0 between the Stars and the Colorado Avalanche. Stars on top with 5.5 left in the first period, and the Mavericks lead by 1, 31-30, with about 8:45 left in the first half.
He just scored again. It's 33-30 now.
So now a 3-point lead as we head into the break, because coming up next...
He's got 10 points, by the way.
There we go. From the mind of our buddy Ruben Portillo, who's our buddy for one segment because he's a Thunder fan. Is this the new formula to winning championships in any sport? We'll talk about that next here on The Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings. Friends, you've been hearing me talk about my computer.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
World-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing. Made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories. All without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver. All the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew. 30 seconds. That's it. Done. Peace.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is sponsored by Franklin Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Welcome back to the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec Medford and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And you, the Turn It On, I'll Leave It On listener. Thanks for hanging out with us here on a chaotic night in DFW sports. You have concurrent second-round game ones for the Dallas Stars and the Dallas Mavericks. 2-0. The Dallas Stars lead the Colorado Avalanche, and the Stars have the two-man advantage on a power play right now. After a couple of penalties.
Give us a goal.
Hopefully they can add on and make it 3-0.
And the Stars fans are standing in the arena right now at the American Airlines Center.
I just know that place is booming right now.
You know it is.
And
it's quality atmosphere.
I wish I could hear it right now, but I just know Stars fans are Stars fans are the best.
We're going to recreate everything for you. We got Tolos. We got you tonight. We know everybody's not at the game, not in front of a flat screen. We know you got stuff to do. You're running errands. You're working. We got you. We're going to give you these updates and give you a quality broadcast.
And the Oklahoma City Thunder lead the Dallas Mavericks 36-33 with 7 minutes left in the first half.
And Luca has 10 points already.
Yep, and of course we'll keep you up to date on this one as it continues as well.
Earlier this evening.
Yeah, and Luca's... his stat line, you mentioned 10 points. He's 4 of 9 right now, so he's shooting pretty well. And right now, leading the Thunder is Aaron Wiggins. He has 10 as well.
Here's what's wild. Let's just pull the curtain all the way back. Earlier in the NBA, Boston blew out Cleveland. But in the NHL, let's talk about our flat screens and what we've had to deal with, because you've had to get up and make some channel changes.
Yeah, so the Stars game is on ESPNU right now, and sorry to the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame induction ceremony that got knocked off of ESPNU to carry this, because there's another playoff game with the Hurricanes that
and the New York Rangers.
And the New York Rangers that went into overtime. We have another Dallas Stars goal, by the way.
3-0.
So it's 3-0
They
with
did it.
3 minutes and
the
change.
Towels are waving wild at the AAC.
Left in the first period. A 3-0 first period lead for the Dallas Stars.
The laser show's going off.
Oh, boy. It's getting fun very, very fast.
It's like Jamie Benn might have scored that one.
Yep, Jamie Benn
he is
the one getting all the high fives on this one. It was a two-man advantage on the power play for the Stars after a couple of Avalanche penalties.
They cooked that goalie.
And a nice deflection off of Jamie Benn would reroute the puck right into an open pocket, and you have a 3-0.
What was that Stars those Avalanche fans said? Our goalie sucks.
Well, that might be living up to that text.
He called it. He knows his people.
So there you have it. We'll keep you up to date on this one. Hopefully the margin continues to widen for the Dallas Stars.
What's up with ESPN? They switched. I mean, we got an overtime game, and they didn't want, so they switched it to ESPNU?
I will say I'm happy that they didn't just delay the Stars game, you know, which is nice, but it's like ESPNU is our only other option. Yeah, okay, this is annoying. So, and of course, as soon as that Rangers-Hurricanes game ends, we're going to have to switch the TV back to ESPN.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is going to be fun, keeping up with that. But we'll keep up with it for you right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got your headlines coming up at the top of the hour and sharing time coming up on the other side. But this comes from the brain of Ruben Portillo, who is our friend for one segment and one segment only.
He's one of our engineers now.
Yes, and you used to hear him here on the Get Right.
Sure did.
When he was on the ones and twos. Now he's on the ones and twos for all of your remote broadcasts for the Fan.
He gets to travel all over to the great events that we cover, like training camp, spring training, some of the other things. He's living the life.
Oh, yeah, and he's an absolute networking machine, and now I think he's putting out more content than he did when he was on air.
Look at
because he's giving me segment ideas. And
I got to give you guys more credit than this. You, James, and Ruben all graduated from where?
UT Arlington, baby. Mav up.
Go Mavs.
So, man, we're taking over. I love this because when I started here, it was UNT through and through.
That's the nosebleeds.
Yeah.
This is the UTA takeover that we need.
Yes.
Lance Ligas will be sure proud at the very end of this.
Oh, absolutely. And can't wait for that to hopefully grow in the future. But I think he's actually doing more for me and for us on air than he ever has now, because he's interacting with us and he's giving us topics and he's asking us really intriguing questions. And to peel the curtain all the way back, I'm recording some sports reports for TSN a couple weeks ago, and he comes walking in, and whenever he sees me, he always comes and says hi, but he was like, I was talking to Kevin Hageland, and I had a segment idea that I think you need to run. I was like, okay, give it to me. I'm always open for content. He said, I think that the formula to winning championships in any pro sport has changed. I'm like, I'm listening. So he asked me, does going all in on one particular area of your team that you know you're good at and you know you have a foundation at the expense of the other side, is that the way to go now?
In other words, go all in on defense instead of offense, or offense instead of defense, or whatever the area you say this should be our specialty.
Yeah, and so he said everybody wants to be the best team in their sport, and there's no question about that. But what if your team was the best, the absolute best by a wide margin at one area, but they weren't that good at another? Or would you be okay with that? Because he mentioned some relevant teams right now. The Oklahoma City Thunder. It's a great shooting team, but they suck at rebounding.
Right.
They cannot rebound at all. The Minnesota Timberwolves, until like 3 days ago, great defensive team, but they didn't shoot much. You know, they're somewhat conservative in the regular season offensively. And then he mentioned like the book on the Dallas Mavericks until the trade deadline. Awesome offensively. They can shoot the lights out. But up until they made those acquisitions of PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford, they were abysmal at times at defense and just subpar for the most part. The Orlando Magic, awesome defensive team, but they cannot shoot at all.
Yeah, that's why they need Paul George.
The Indiana Pacers, great offensive team, horrible defense. Phoenix Suns, star power, no depth. Then he mentioned in the NFL, Baltimore Ravens and Kansas City Chiefs.
Defense.
Great defense, but their wide receiver core is suspect.
And both of them have great quarterbacks.
Yeah, and then he mentioned San Francisco 49ers. Great overall team. They don't have an elite quarterback. And then in the world of baseball, Major League Baseball, he says the Texas Rangers last year, great offense, but their bullpen would give you heart attacks. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, who, hey, they were the second place team, great base running and great speed, great athleticism, but they couldn't really hit. Like, they couldn't get on base. When they got on base, they would create runs better than anybody else.
Manufacturing those runs.
But they struggled to just get to first base. So I posed the question to you, CA, to the Tolos, 877-881-1053. Are you okay with your favorite teams going all in at one area and sacrificing everything else?
No.
Because that seems to be the book for a lot of other teams that have had success. Like you think about the Kansas City Chiefs this year. Their defense was, nobody thought they were going to be that good this year, but their defense was top of the league.
That's because they brought back Jones like they were supposed to.
And of course, they have the best quarterback in the NFL by a wide margin in Patrick Mahomes. But outside of Travis Kelce, who's not getting any younger, who was he throwing to? Their running game,
here's
not
the deal.
great.
Here's the deal. They decided not to give Tyreek Hill his big money. They knew he was going to want to try to get $30 million, and they said, you know what? We will spend that money elsewhere. It wasn't like they were saying, oh, salary cap. They don't do that like this local team in Frisco. But what they decided to do is we're not going to pay him that kind of money. And so they traded him off to Miami. So in a way, they've had a quality wide receiver. We just didn't have one this year. You see what I'm saying? It's like they just said, that's one area we're going to have to just work around. At the same time, they were almost foolish and not worked around their defense and not bringing back Chris Jones. I mean, he had to hold out and get his money after game one, sitting in the luxury box. As far as the Ravens are concerned, I bet they wanted to have a better wide receiver core. And as far as the Texas Rangers are concerned, you're talking about the bullpen. Here's the deal. In their pitching staff, they thought they had the best pitcher in the game until he got hurt, Jacob deGrom. Then they said, let's go after another one. They got Max Scherzer. The bullpen, they could not get the guy that they wanted. Remember they wanted that guy from St. Louis? They couldn't get him.
Yeah, Jordan Hicks.
Yeah, Jordan Hicks. So, again, it's not like they weren't trying to – it's not like they said, well, we're just going to not worry about the bullpen. They were trying. They just couldn't get the deal that they wanted. So I think it would be foolish for any team to just say, oh, we're not going to try. We're going to just make our defense even better. I mean, if you even look at the Ravens again, go back to the day when they were winning Super Bowls, they didn't have quality quarterback play. Guess what? They drafted Lamar Jackson, not because he was a top 10 pick. He fell to them foolishly by all these other teams, but he fell to them. It wasn't like they were – you follow what I'm going? They were like, okay, we're going to make sure that we're known to be in defense first, but it wasn't like they were ignoring their offense. I mean, that's kind of the way I look at it. I don't think teams ignore certain aspects of the game. He's looking at Oklahoma City. I bet if they had a bigger defender player, or not a bigger, but they had a quality rebounder, that's what they would do. In fact, Oklahoma City, he should know this. They're in better shape than any team in the NBA as far as having a plethora of first-round picks where they don't have to draft a person. They could trade those draft picks and get the exact person that they need. You see what I'm saying? They can bring in somebody that they want. So, Ruben, even though it's a nice question to contemplate, I don't think it would be smart for any team to just ignore a certain aspect of their squad.
And I think it varies from sport to sport because I think you could get away with it in the NFL. I really do. And I don't think defensively, though. I think on offense. I think if you just went lights out on offense and you're averaging 45 a game, you could probably work your way to a Super Bowl. Now, do you win it? I don't know. But you would be a playoff team every year if you were able to keep that core of, say, 5 superstars on offense for 5 years.
Quarterback,
couple
of wide
receivers, maybe a tight end, and then a running back.
Right.
If you were able to keep them in a solid offensive line, not saying like
gotta have an offensive line,
all pro, but like a solid offensive line, then you could probably be a conference championship team every year just because of how much parity there is when you get to the NFL postseason. I mean, nobody had the Green Bay Packers looking that good in the playoffs this past season, at the expense of this team that we said we're not going to say their name. But, I mean, you've seen it enough in football to where I'd say I wouldn't hate it. I'd be like, I'd probably try to supplement on defense if I were you, but I understand. In other sports, I don't think it would work just because you do need almost a wealth of assets and personnel in these other sports like baseball. One superstar won't win you a game.
No.
You need an entire lineup. You need a bullpen. You need a rotation. Like, can you be lacking in areas? Yes, the Rangers showed it last year with a pretty bad bullpen that really solidified itself in the postseason. But in the regular season, you were gripping on to your seat as tight as you could at the end of games. Even if you had a 3-run lead, you were like, nope. Can't trust it.
Can't trust it.
So you can get away with that stuff, but it's because the rotation was really good at one point. The lineup got really hot at various points.
You had 6 All-Stars at the start of the game.
Exactly. So in baseball, it can't just be a small group of guys that win it. So I don't think it works in baseball.
It also helps in baseball. You have a really good manager.
That's true, too, because decision-making is huge.
It's huge. I think it's more impactful than any other sport because there's so many games.
And then in the NBA, I think you would truly have to luck yourself into it. Like, I think it would be possible if you just invested in all offensive players, you could luck yourself into, because in the NBA, all you have to do is have 4 bad games and then you're out. Same in baseball, but, just because of the way the playoffs work, if, you go against a really well-rounded team, you suck on defense and you're great on offense. If that well-rounded team has a bad defensive effort for 4 games, you move on. So I feel like you could luck yourself into it, but in basketball, I don't think that's a good way of doing business.
I don't either. And back to he gave the example, the Phoenix Suns have the 3 superstars and have no depth. I don't think teams are going to be that dumb anymore. In other words, you don't need 3 like you did when Miami and Golden State had a little bit more than 3, but they drafted those guys. You got to have depth. As soon as they put that team together, I'm talking about bringing in KD with Book and then adding Bradley Beal. I was like, they have no depth. They can't go anywhere. In my mind, I was like, that team is not going anywhere. I didn't care where they were in the standings. I'm like, they're not going anywhere. And it's not even about the injury history of KD and Bradley Beal. It's the fact that literally who else can help them? Because you know what? There's 5 guys out on the court at the same time. And in the playoffs, there's strategy involved. And you can take away a couple of people.
Oh, I think that. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that's why I don't think that's a sound decision to have just 3 superstars anymore in the NBA.
I think the conclusion we got to in this topic is that there is no linear way, and there probably never will be.
Right.
To win championships
because you know
in
what?
pro sports.
Coaches make adjustments.
Yeah.
And what happens is if you go one way and the league is going one way, somebody said we'll just go a little bit different, and that going a little bit different suddenly becomes the new way to go. Because you don't have players that can match that up anymore, whatever the way is.
Well, at the end of the first period, it is 3-0 in favor of the Dallas Stars, and they ended the period on the power play, so they will get the man advantage coming out of the intermission. The Mavericks are down 53-46. Now make that 54-46.
Shea is living on the free throw line.
He absolutely is.
Somebody text us in because I think I forget who said this, but they said you can't. Oh, it was Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
You can't touch SGA. You can't sneeze on him.
He is absolutely getting superstar MVP treatment.
I'm telling you.
This season.
But again,
from the refs.
this 54 points is only like 2 minutes left. If they can hold them below 60, I think that'd be good. If they wind up with 60, I can understand. But they only had 23 points in the first quarter. So I don't like the fact that Oklahoma City's got that. But Oklahoma City's at home, and they are a high-scoring team. In fact, they're the number 1 offense in the NBA. Mavericks, again, they turned the screws in. They clamped down in the third period defensively. So as long as this thing isn't ridiculous, even a 10-point lead is not a big lead in the NBA at halftime.
And guess what? We're going to end the segment with Shea at the free throw line again.
Yeah, he did miss one.
It's a tale as old as time. I will say real quick, Josh Green has been really good so far tonight.
Yeah, and we have not seen Tim Hardaway Jr.
We have not.
I think they're going to spring him in the third quarter.
We'll see what happens.
Find out.
Coming up next here on the Get Right, sharing time. Next on The Fan.
When you get nachos, tacos, empanadas, spicy queso with jalapenos, Pepto-Bismol's there. Pepto-Bismol provides fast, effective relief from nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, and diarrhea. All the things that can happen unexpectedly on vacation. So before you travel, pack the Pepto. Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
So you just used bug spray in your home. Now what? Well, between the waiting and waiting for things to dry up and keeping your family away from the mess, it hits you. You could have used Zevo. Unlike other bug sprays that stick around, Zevo goes from kill to clean in seconds. Plus, it's safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader. Like that car riding your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Oklahoma City Thunder. We mentioned Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's leading everybody with 19 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and he's living off the free throw line. He has not made a three-pointer because all he does is go downhill. Man, all of his free throws, this is ridiculous. 9 out of 11 free throws. 9, he's living off the free throw line. Remember how everybody's talking about, oh, we're going to put Lou Dort on Luca. Lou Dort. Lou Dort has 4 points, 3 fouls. Like I said, barbecue chicken time. They put him in the pick and roll blender and his ass is on the bench. Unfortunately for the Mavericks, P.J. Washington also has 3 fouls, which is why he wasn't playing very much at all in that first half. So the Mavericks down by 9. 62 is not a big point given. Not a lot of points to give up in the first half because Oklahoma City is the #1 offense in the NBA. But more importantly, just keep it on the third period. Dallas Mavericks usually tighten things up in the third period defensively. We will see what they do. And meanwhile, at the American Airlines Center,
at the end of one, it's 3-0 in favor of the Dallas Stars. Yes, you heard that. After one period.
Mercy, Otter.
At the first intermission.
Otter.
It is 3-0.
I take that.
Against a team that we really respect in the Avalanche. So it's still far from over. Lots of hockey left to be played. But if you would have told me that the score after one period of play was 3-0.
Yeah, a shutout so far against the high-scoring Colorado Avalanche. All they do is skate up and down the ice, just open ice all game long. No matter when they play, I'm taking this. I'm loving this.
You guys want to feel energized with that third goal?
Uh-huh.
Let's do it.
Let's make it happen.
Robertson, a shot. They score!
Just the ambiance of the AAC for you.
Isn't it wonderful, CA?
Uh-huh.
Just nothing like it. Hearing the Pantera, hearing the goal horn.
Uh-huh. By the way, Ottinger's got 5 saves. 5. I mean, they're not getting close to him. He hadn't had to fight. He's just kind of bored up there. I think he's smoking a cigarette.
He has time to if he really wanted to. But your goal scoring has been rounded out by Ryan Suter, Jamie Benn, and Wyatt Johnston. They are all who get credit for those 3 goals. Will keep you up to date.
I think Johnston tied a franchise record, 9 goals in under the age of 21. Tied a franchise record with Modano. I'm talking about playoff goals with Modano.
If this lead holds up and they win the game, it's just amazing to me that he can't even have a beer to celebrate after. You know?
Wink, wink, nod, nod, legally.
Yeah. So there's your updates on these matchups. And of course, we still got an hour and some change left to go.
And guess what? We're going to keep you updated because, Tolos, we know not everybody's in front of a flat screen. You got things to do. Keep it right here. And we got headlines coming up at the top of the hour.
We do. And right now for sharing time, you're going to get the best 2.5-minute rant about why
go for it.
Scheduled doubleheaders are probably the dumbest thing in pro sports right now.
Pro sports or in pro baseball?
I'll say pro sports.
What other sport has doubleheaders?
I mean, not any.
So it's baseball.
Yeah.
So let's pick it. Let's go ahead and call him out baseball.
No, I think it's the dumbest thing in pro sports, in all of sports. I think scheduled doubleheaders in baseball is the dumbest thing in pro sports, in all of pro sports, because there's no need for all of this. Like, I can understand if a game gets rained out and there's no mutual off day left on the schedule and they're like, look, we got to play 2 tomorrow. That's fine. Because you can't control that if it rains or not. I mean, you could, invest in a roof. That would be nice. Probably the smart thing. But I won't hate on you for that, especially for the older ballparks that have the history and they're not going to move out.
Wrigley Field is not going to get a roof.
Exactly, like Yankee Stadium. I get that. Okay, I'm not going to hate you for it. I'm going to think it's dumb, but I'm not going to hate you for it. But the fact that the A's were able to go to Major League Baseball and just say, can we have a scheduled doubleheader because we don't want to play 17 games in 17 days? That's the reason. That's what Eric Nadel said during yesterday's broadcast. He said the A's just didn't want to play 17 games in 17 days, so they asked for the scheduled doubleheader. Why? Why can't we just ask for it? This is stupid because it puts a lot of stress on both teams, if we're being totally honest. Because think about it. The Rangers' rotation depleted. So what are they having to do? Spot start. Jack Leiter. Hello again. And
Welcome back. And he's got limited numbers. You can be called up nowadays. That's the new rule.
Exactly. So you're already playing with options there. The Rangers had to use way more pitchers than they wanted to today because Jonathan Hernandez went out there and stunk it up. So you're probably going to have to bring up a bullpen arm as well. So that's another option you're going to have to burn on a Grant Anderson or something. So you're burning options. You're having to make roster moves. At some point, there might be a team that would have to DFA somebody, just because they need to make a roster move. So they might have to get rid of a player entirely just to make one game work. I don't think that's fair on either team. And then for the position players having to play, some of them that, like a guy like Corey Seager, he might get one of the games off or whatever. But there are going to be some guys that are going to be asked by their manager, can you play both? We need you to play both. Your typical guys, your Iron Men, Marcus Semien is going to play both. Like those guys that typically play every game, they're going to be asked to play 5 hours of baseball in one day. And
in front of 2,000 people who might not even stay both games.
Yeah.
That's the other sad part. Oakland has the nerve to ask for a doubleheader in front of 100 fans.
I think their crowds are invite only nowadays. That's what it looks like. But already you have to play 2 games, and that's another great point is that there's no energy in that ballpark anymore.
Not at all.
There's more fans protesting outside of the ballpark than there are fans inside watching the game for $2 behind home plate. So, just to add insult to injury, these are just stupid. And me personally as a fan, of baseball. As much as I love the Texas Rangers, I don't want to sit and watch 2 straight games. I want to watch one game today and one game tomorrow. Even if they're both afternoon games, cool. I'm fine with that, just to give yourself a little bit more time to go travel and get some more rest. I get it, A's. Give us a day game. The getaway game is a day game. I'm fine with that. I love me some afternoon baseball. Why are we playing 2 in one day? It's just by request. Again.
Do they save money on flights or something?
I don't know.
You said they don't do 17 games in 70 days.
Yeah, and
are they trying to save fuel? I can't understand the logic. In fact, you seem like they would make more money on the road.
Yeah, they just want the off day, and especially when it's the A's.
You would think that their cut of the gate on the road just by default is more than they get for home games.
Exactly. And for the A's, it's like, why are you so worried about rest? You're not going anywhere this year. That's where the petty side of me comes in. It's like, okay, division rival, you want to make us play 2 games in one day? You suck. You're not going anywhere this year. Why are you worried about giving your guys one day off their feet? If anything, all the young guys, I'm like, hey, welcome to the big leagues, kid. You're going to play 17 games in a row in 17 days. I'm going to say this will humble you real quick and see if we want you on the roster whenever we try to be good again, whenever we're in Vegas. And, who knows when, if it's even going to happen.
Sacramento.
Yeah, so we're going to go play in a minor league park for a few years. And then if you're on the team when we make it to Vegas, then maybe you can afford an off day. Maybe you'll get rewarded an off day. Right now, I'm going to be like, nope, you're playing all the games that are on the schedule.
You feel better now you get that off your chest.
Yeah.
James, did you see him just ranting? His fist was all balled up and everything.
Let me tell you, Alec was hot during that moment. I mean, he was feeling it. His arms were moving. I don't know if you could tell.
And part of it, James and Chris, is full disclosure. I have to work one of those games tomorrow.
I was about to say,
there's got to be some background to it.
Yeah. I'm not working both, so it could have been worse, but,
you're producing these games for those he's working. And, well, yeah, he's not Eric Nadell, he's not Jared, he's not Maxi, but Hicksy. But guess what? Somebody's got to tweak it and push the buttons and turn the knobs and make
do the thankless part of the job and
chop up some tape.
Yeah, and whenever you're playing 2, it's just like, really? I've done enough of them already. I did the Yankees one a couple years ago when it got rained out. Had to come back because the first day I thought I was doing 1 game. I got sent home early because it got rained out. And it's like, guess what, bud? You're going to have to do 2 games tomorrow now because we can't mess up the scheduling. So
somebody said your fists were balled up in the air like Arthur.
Yep, I was just like the meme underneath the desk. So there you have it. Sharing time is me being annoying for 5 minutes. Coming up next, we got your headlines, and we will reset the scores for you in these 2 games and more coming up next on The Get Right.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about my computer career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
You've reached the holdovers. Leave a message at the beep.
Unless it's you, Judy, trying to get us to switch to that Champion Energy again.
Oh, she wouldn't.
She said she just wants to save us money.
Well, Judy, if you're getting such low rates with Champion Energy, why not air condition the whole neighborhood?
Honey, seriously, that could help us out because we're next door and our bills are really high.
Ooh, good idea. Please think about it, Judy.
Please, Judy.
Open a window.
Don't be a holdover. Switch to Champion Energy for fair prices and great service. It's time for some new energy. PUCT 10098.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew, 30 seconds, that's it. Done. Peace.
How would you like to earn some extra cash while contributing to a good cause? Fortrea Clinical Trials is currently seeking healthy men ages 18 to 55. You must be available for one stay of 8 nights plus 7 follow-up visits. Compensation of up to $7,354 may be provided for time and participation. Call Fortrea today, 469-914-8330, or find out more at FortreaClinicalTrials.com. That's FORTREA clinicaltrials.com.
Are you a healthy adult with a higher body mass index? Right now, Fortrea is seeking overweight adults for clinical research studies. Fortrea offers a variety of studies that you may qualify for. Compensation could be up to $18,802 for time and participation. Don't miss the chance to help advance medicine. Call 469-914-8330 or visit FortreaClinicalTrials.com. That's FORTREA clinicaltrials.com.
Upgrade the security of your home, business, or large commercial facility now with the latest technology from DFW Security. If your system is older than 5 years, it's time to upgrade. Get DFW Security, your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard helps you get top dollar for your home. And Orchard gives you an impressive, guaranteed cash offer. With a solid cash offer in your back pocket, you can hold out for the price you deserve. Imagine knowing your home is guaranteed to sell. Get the most money for your home with Orchard. Get your free guaranteed cash offer at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
It's Window Nation's semi-annual sale, and it's a big deal. Right now, get 50% off all windows, along with no interest for 5 years, plus bonus savings when you schedule a consult today at 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
It's time for The Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
It's the final hour of the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford. That is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
James Tritley on the ones and twos for you, the Tolo. That means turn it on, leave it on, and we appreciate you doing that because we are giving you all the live and local updates on your Dallas Mavericks and your Dallas Stars. The Stars surrender a power play goal early in the second period to the Colorado Avalanche, so the lead is now cut to 2. It's 3-1 in favor of the good guys at the AAC. And for your Dallas Mavericks, they are now out of halftime, just out of halftime, and it is 62-53 in favor of OKC.
Same score, nobody scored yet. And by the way, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, first half, living at the free throw line, 9 out of 11. He has 19 points, lead all scorers. Luca's got 12. Kyrie is an efficient 6 points, made 3 of his first 6 shots.
And if you want a quick summary of the first half, the officiating has been terrible and has put the Mavs in foul trouble.
Brothers out there.
And Josh Giddey's still not making his threes. That's per the usual. Luca looks like the knee might be bothering him again. Looks a little slower than usual. And Maxi Kleber, we miss you sorely.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my takeaways from the first half.
By the way, Dort, 3 fouls. He can't keep up with Luca. And unfortunately for the Mavericks, P.J. Washington sat a lot of time on the bench because he picked up a quick 3 fouls. Daniel Gafford, 11 points. That's good for him. That means the Mavericks were able to get in the paint and get that pick and pop and those alley-oops going. Gaff showing up.
And Jalen Williams looks to be fine for the OKC Thunder because he is scoring early.
Mm-hmm.
And
also, Josh Green is scoring early. I think he's got 8 points in the first half coming off the bench. Tim Hardaway Jr., 2 points coming off the bench.
Yeah, Josh Green's been really good for you so far, so maybe some more time on the floor for him could be the medicine that the Mavs need. We'll keep you up to date on these scores as they continue to progress as Shai is drawing more fouls. This officiating is ridiculous. He's getting...
You cannot sneeze on him.
He's getting 06 Wade treatment, is what he's getting.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get mad at this game real quick. I'm going to get real mad at this game real quick.
Go Woosah.
Yeah, so let's get your headlines. Those were your first 2 headlines, the score updates there. But what we can give you is some scores in some other games that have happened today as The Celtics took on the Cleveland Cavaliers, and it was pretty much no contest. 120-95. The Celtics over the Cavs.
And that's why you didn't see Reg, or you haven't heard Reg out of Tula.
Yeah, because he scored 32.
He scored
in that
32,
game.
yes.
So
his doppelganger, Jaylen Brown, scores 32.
Yeah, he was 12 of 18 from the field. Really good today. And leading scoring for the Cavs, no shocker, Donovan Mitchell. He was 12 of 25 from the field, 33 points. But kind of the same brand of basketball that we expected from Boston. They know how to score efficiently.
Yes,
Cleveland is not the best scoring team out there, especially in the postseason. I mean, a 40-point first quarter from the Celtics was pretty much all you needed to see. That was all
and they're
she
doing
wrote
this
for
without
them.
KP. KP's got that injury that I want to say it's a groin injury, something like that. He's out for a while, and so they're just as dominant with or without him.
And Jarrett Allen was out in this game for the Cavs as well. So a couple of big men missing from this matchup, but that's the exact game that we kind of expected to happen because Boston, look, I've been talking about it with Blake pretty much every weekend. I don't think they're a championship team. I don't think they're going to win it all this year, but leading up to the conference championship in the NBA Finals, oh yeah, they can knock off anybody.
Here's the deal about them. To me, they're under a great deal of pressure. In Boston area, the people are debating, are they the most talented Celtics team of all time? We're talking about not the greatest with all the rings. We're talking about 1 through 12, all of the talent, which means, guess what? You've been to the conference finals. You've been to the NBA finals. We're talking about with the nucleus, right? With Brown and Horford and JT and Tatum. They haven't won it all. And guess what? You're supposed to be the most talented ever. That's added pressure. Can they win it all? I don't know. It depends on the matchups. And seriously, if it's Minnesota, they might beat them. If it's not, if it's Denver, they ain't got a chance in my mind.
Talked about another
if
game.
It's the Mavericks, they definitely ain't going to beat them. I'm just saying.
Talked about another game that was going on, and I was going to say was going on, but is still going on.
OT continues?
Carolina Hurricanes and New York Rangers. Double overtime. It is still 3-3.
Boy, I'm telling you, I'm so glad they didn't say, we'll just wait till this game's over with before we drop the puck in Dallas.
Yeah.
Thank you, NHL, for having some common sense.
And speaking of the Stars, Craig Smith got nailed for a hooking penalty. So the Colorado Avalanche are back on the power play. We'll let you know if the Stars' excellent penalty kill does their job on this one. Hopefully they can, because the last time the Avalanche were on the power play, the penalty kill did not do its job. So we'll keep you up to date on that one. In case you missed it around the NFL, Rashid Rice is a wanted man again, as he was accused of assault at a Dallas nightclub early Monday morning.
Which is right after Cinco de Mayo, basically 2 a.m, Cinco de Mayo night. And it's alleged, and they want to talk to him. The whole point is whether he did it or not, dude, you're a target. You shouldn't be hanging out.
Yep.
You just shouldn't. After the racing on Central Expressway, you're just like, dude, come on, man. Don't you know people want to get paid around here?
Yeah, and people will look for money grabs wherever they possibly can.
Whether you did it or not, just realize people could say, hey, I can talk him into because he's young, and dumb, and whatever you want to call it. It's a shame.
Exactly.
That's the society we live in today.
And it's not just inferring that people will lie either. Some people might just walk up to you and try to start a fight intentionally.
Exactly.
And if there's no video evidence or anything, they can say, hey, he walked up to me and swung on me. And then just get a settlement out of you. And then boom, your pockets are lighter. You got more lawyer fees that are racking up. It's just like it's a bad financial decision all around. So just not a great look.
To the wise, y'all.
And
lay low if you've already got priors.
If this ends up being any kind of bad incident for him and charges are pressed and whatnot, his time with the Chiefs might be ending pretty quickly.
They made a draft pick, and it was a wide receiver.
And his name is Xavier Worthy out of Texas.
UT hook him.
And I'm interested to see how that dynamic works in Kansas City because the Avalanche have scored. So it is now 3-2 in favor of
Here
the Dallas
We knew
Stars.
they weren't going to be scoreless. We knew that.
Power play is working for them, man. And they're at least drawing the Stars off their game. They go top shelf on Jake Ottinger, and it was just nothing but pure open lane for the Avalanche. So this 3-goal lead is dissipating very quickly off of some bad penalties by the
This is
Stars.
everything we expected, kind of, because if you look at the stats, they're the best scoring team in the playoffs, but they give up the most goals, too. Second most, actually.
Goalie sucks, as the Tolo Avalanche fan told us.
Yeah, so it's pretty much as advertised, as you said, and I can't be shocked, but I can be disappointed because a 3-0 first period lead is definitely something that you can be comfortable with, and I guess not right now. There's still a lot of hockey left to be played, but
This is going to be a high scoring. Every one of these games will be high scoring. I'll be shocked if either team wins it 1-0.
the Stars just need to stay out of the penalty box. If they can do that, they probably win this game. Probably. Because at even strength, the Avalanche cannot beat the Stars.
Yeah, the Stars need to win to maintain home ice. The Mavericks need to win at least a steal home court advantage from Oklahoma City.
Well, as I say, the Stars need to stay out of the penalty box. The Avalanche get into the penalty box with a high stick. So
that was a hit to the face of Miro, it looked like.
Yeah, a stick literally right to the side of the face that did not need to happen at all by Miles Wood of the Avalanche. So a 2-minute power play is incoming for the Dallas Stars. Let's go ahead and make that a 2-goal lead again.
Yeah, let's do that. Meanwhile, Mavericks had a fast break. 3 from Kyrie cut that lead to 66-65 down the third period.
Wow, so just a 1-point deficit now as the Mavericks are starting to figure things out.
I'm telling you, they tightened the clamp on defense in the third period traditionally since March.
A headline that broke right after we ended around the NFL. Sources have told Diana Rossini of The Athletic that the NFL schedule release is set for May 15th. So we will get each team's schedule.
Will Post Malone deliver it to Jerry Jones again?
I'm excited to see because the NFL social teams, their schedule reveals,
man,
they
really
are
good.
so good. Was it the Chargers last year that did where they did man on the street and they're like, what team is this? And they just showed them the logo.
Right.
And it was just these non-football fans just absolutely
Typical
horrible guesses.
Typical LA fans not knowing the teams and whatnot. And this is the team the Chargers going to play in week 1. I like this.
It was so good. I love it.
You want to guess who Cowboys play on Thanksgiving?
It's a great question. I'll have to pull up their opponents again. I feel like it would. I think low-hanging fruit would be another NFC East team.
That's what I'm thinking.
That seems like the easiest route. They've done it so many years.
I'm thinking the only one they haven't done lately, though, is Philadelphia.
That's why I was thinking if they want to go for ratings on Thanksgiving, do Philly. Do it in AT&T Stadium as well. And
exactly.
You're going to get
well,
not
it's
only
going to be
attendance.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is like Philly and Dallas at AT&T on Thanksgiving. That's just poetic justice if you're the NFL. But I'm not the NFL. I don't get paid to make those decisions. So, they're probably going to do something else that's going to make us upset just because we said that. But May 15th is when we should be finding out and getting all the great social content.
May 15th will be next Wednesday.
And usually, the past few years, it's been the first Thursday of May. So everybody was expecting here in a couple days. But, you can't really say a schedule release that hasn't been announced is late. So can't really say they're late this year, but or that it was delayed. But May 15th.
This is another example of why I've always said I don't have the bandwidth to keep up with any spring football professional league. Nothing against the Renegades, nothing against the XFL, nothing against the USFL. I have nothing. It's just not enough. And the reason why is because the NFL is 24/7, 365. Notice how the world is going to stop down for the schedule release, let alone you just got over the draft. And by the way, rookie orientation for the Cowboys is on the 17th, I believe. I want to say it's next Friday, a week from Friday, the 17th and the 18th, which is the Friday and Saturday. So you got to keep up with all this on top of the other sports that's going on, like Stars, Mavericks, Rangers, all on the same day. And they're having better years than the team in Frisco. I just don't have the bandwidth at this time in my life to keep up with spring football in a sport that's professional, and the NFL is more quality. I just can't.
There's so much going on. Like, the NFL truly is year-round, and then you've already got, 2 local teams in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, there's a lot going on.
Soccer, boxing, MMA. I could go on and on. Tennis, golf. Did you know the Byron Nelson was just played this weekend? And the Colonials coming up. I'm just saying.
And
I don't
nobody
have
said
the
anything about it.
bandwidth for spring football. You can't drag me out there. I just can't.
Well, the Stars' power play comes and passes with one shot taken during the power play.
On that raggedy goalie?
Yeah. They took one shot in their 2-minute power play and nothing to show for
It'll
it.
be their own fault.
That's disheartening. And that's what I was talking about in our preview a couple hours ago, is that the Stars' power play, as all the metrics will tell you, it is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But they have some truly abysmal power plays where they just get shut down. It is 69-67 in the Mavericks and Thunder matchup. The Thunder lead by 2.
It was a fast break with Kyrie slipping and falling, but deftly passing the ball to Luca for a fast break layup.
And again,
that was one of those Kyrie highlights. You'll be hearing about it.
Just to reiterate, the officiating has been terrible in this game. It really has. And that's not me wearing a homer hat because the Mavs are down. It's just, but you can't get within a 3-foot radius of SGA. You cannot.
It's like vintage James Harden. You just breathe on him and he's on the free throw line.
And now the Thunder are making threes again, so that's not a good thing. 72-67.
Well, still early.
Still early, but not a good thing if they're going to start making threes. Next thing you know, it's going to be Josh Giddey showing up, and that's not going to be great. And turnovers by the Mavericks are going to kill them as well. So
you sound so disappointing. If just listening to you, I would think the Mavericks have no chance. Now calm down, Alex.
No, I'm not.
You do. Listen, play the tape backwards. I'm going to do the Luca rewind. Listen to Alec Medford. Just say the game is over.
No, I didn't say the game is over. I'm just saying that the turnovers
James,
are killing
just play
them.
the replay.
Nope. Don't
you don't
do
want
it,
to
James.
believe. Alec, you need to listen to yourself. You give up too easily.
I'm not giving up. I'm just saying the turnovers have been bad today. They've been ugly turnovers. Just off the leg of Luca.
You don't want to believe it until you hear. We're going to play this back. Because
no, I never said it was over.
He's double downing on him sounding negative.
I never said it was over.
Were you sounding negative or not?
I was sounding negative, yeah, because they've been playing some ugly basketball at times.
They?
Yeah, the Mavericks.
First you said the refs.
Yeah, but it's not just because you got to be fair.
I'm just going to let you say you're going to double down on negativity. You're going to be a contrarian.
I cannot say that the Mavericks are only losing because of the refs.
You just said they were down by 2, and then you said, "Oh."
I did not say they were going to lose the game, though. I just said that the turnovers are killing them.
I'm going to play back that one chunk.
Is it negative, but also being real at the same time?
It's being fair.
Because guess what?
Fair.
It's a 7-game series, and if you got on that emotional roller coaster,
I never said the series was over. I never said that the game was over.
You said the series. I'm saying you're sitting here being negative.
Thing,
huh?
If you go to the 7-game series thing, let's go back to game 1 where Dallas went down huge, and I guarantee you the negative aspect of it. A lot of people. Now, I'll give Alec the credit. He did not say the series is over.
You're just sticking up for UTA.
Well, of course,
here's the deal, though. It's not even about is the series over. It's about you got to let some of these things play out. It's kind of like I tried to tell people when they were saying that the Rangers were not going to go anywhere in the playoffs last year. Well, yeah, you could easily say that based on September and based on that last regular season loss. But guess where would you be? I would have kicked you off the bandwagon and said, don't jump on it again.
Right.
So I'm just saying you've got sometimes to let it play out. This game's in the 3rd period. They're only down by 8. They're only down by 8. And we know they're protecting SGA. But here's the deal. If the Mavericks were to win this game, and I'm not expecting it, I'm like, it'd be nice. But guess what? It'd be a steal. That's the perspective of,
because
guess
they're
what?
On the road.
You got, as for the Dallas Stars, we all knew this is going to be a high-scoring affair. So when they lost this 3-0, when it was 3-0, we knew that wasn't going to hold up. They're up 3-2, but it's a roller coaster.
I just think that I show up during playoff games to give fair analysis. Like, I'm not going to sit here and wear a homer hat.
Don't give me say fair analysis. You're leaning toward the negative.
It was fair. I can't sit here.
I can say it's fair what I'm saying, too.
I don't want to sit here and blow smoke up the Tolo's rear ends.
And I don't want to do that either, but at the same time, I'm telling you what you were doing, and you don't want to hear
They could still win
That's
this
why
game.
I say just play
the Mavericks can still win this
you
game.
just finally said something positive.
Because I was being fair.
No, you weren't.
I'm glad I'm in here.
Okay. I'll be fair then. Turnovers are a great thing. Coming up next, we got.
I got it.
We got
I did
AM
a Bobby
on the
Belt.
FM.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just did the Bobby Belt on Alec Medford. Bobby, I got some money for you.
AM on the FM is next.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
What's up, Tolos? Bobby Belt here for my friends at Kissable Dental. Are you ready to be kissable this summer? At Kissable Dental, they understand that life gets hectic, especially with summer just around the corner. That's why now is the perfect time to schedule.
and Nuggets this week can't get a win.
I don't feel bad for him at all. I don't, because, I mean, Denver just got an NBA championship last year. Why would I feel any kind of remorse for you? None. I feel nothing for you. I'm trying to get another championship here in DFW, because after the Rangers won it, like that was the first, I was talking to you earlier that when the Mavs won everything.
You were 10 years old?
I was 10 years old, so I couldn't really fully appreciate
the journey
that they went on. Looking back at it and seeing what it took, now I appreciate it. But in the moment, it was just like, oh, cool, my team won. You know, like I could name all the starters on the team and everything, but like, did I know what it took to get those guys and like the path that they took to get to the championship and how tough it was? No, I didn't understand any of that. And now, like I saw the Rangers, their road dominance, like nobody expected that. And that's why I'm so proud of that championship, because all things considered, the odds were stacked against the Rangers the entire way.
It was a fantastic run, and that's why those rings are so awesome.
Yeah, they should have never got past the Astros. Everybody knew that. Everybody knew that going into it. I mean, you are lying to yourself if you said as a Rangers fan that you were confident. You absolutely knew that you were going to beat the Astros in 7. Obviously, we're all hopeful, and we knew we were good enough to do it, but you couldn't go in there saying, that team, oh yeah, they're done. They're done. You could say it out of hatred, because I was, but no. So I want to be able to appreciate another championship, and selfishly, within a calendar year, I want another parade. I want 2 parades within a calendar year. I want to know what Tampa Bay felt a couple of years ago, whenever they were winning Stanley Cups and Super Bowls. That's what I want.
They should have won the World Series at the manager.
They should have, but Kevin Cash is still a generational flop.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that's
Leave that pitcher in.
I feel bad for Blake Snell to this day.
Me too.
This day.
It would have been in Arlington at Globe Life Field.
Because that was like at the peak of his ability. I know that he was fantastic last year.
The entire off season to rest that arm. He didn't want to come out of that game.
Yeah, it was just like how, what was it? Maybe, I want to say, it was whenever the Astros lost the World Series a few years ago. What was it, 2019? And they had Garrett Cole, who was saying, I'm ready to come out of the bullpen, you know, at the end of this series if I need to. Because like you said, there ain't no resting for anything.
Yeah.
You know, so Garrett Cole was warming up in the game that ultimately lost them the World Series. And A.J. Hinch still said, nah, we're good.
That's that Madison Bumgarner mentality.
Yeah. Like he was telling reporters before the game, yeah, I'll go.
Yeah.
I'll close the game if I have to. I'll go 2 innings. He was ready. And that was peak Garrett Cole. That was when Garrett Cole actually had hair and a beard, and he was actually intimidating.
Yep.
Still a good pitcher, don't get me wrong. But that was when he had aura. That was the Garrett Cole that actually terrified me and put fear into my body. Like, I'm so mad that A.J. Hinch wasted that. That's still me. Because as much as I hate the Astros, Garrett Cole was awesome that year. I wanted him to close it out for them so bad. I would have hated it, but I would have loved it for Garrett Cole because I knew he was going to leave. So it would have been a love-hate relationship. I don't have a love-hate relationship with this segment. 877-881-1053. It's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Reality can be whatever I want.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. You know how AM on the FM works. It feels so weird, it being in the PM again. Doesn't usually happen this way. So sounds like some Gators coming back in the Pimp Cup, but that's cool. It happens. Especially late at night, the Gators like to come out and play. But it's been a while since it's been on the Get Right. You know, just being on the radio this late at night, messing with my body. I'm starting to crash, you know? Because I did my workouts early in the morning and everything like I'm used to. And then
you run in.
Yeah, and then it hit me at like 3 o'clock. Oh, I still got to go work, you know? So
you need that C4 to kick it into high gear right now.
Yeah, and I think it just completely failed me because I'm not feeling anything. It's ridiculous. But guess what? I'm energized enough by these playoff games that I'll make it through.
Yeah.
It is 88-74 in favor of the Thunder over the Mavericks right now. 44 seconds left in the third quarter. as Kyrie Irving checks back into the game.
That overtime game is over with Carolina and the Rangers because they switched it to a rerun or something on ESPNU.
That is a good call. So let me check on that score.
Yeah, look on that real quick because we got to find out what's going on with the Stars. See, I'm total transparent.
We're trying to still
keep
3-2 score right now.
Thank you, James. In the Pimp Cup, he's got a monitor that he can switch the channel. We're held hostage right now till we get a commercial break.
Let's see. The Rangers end up winning that game 4-3 in double overtime. Double overtime.
Mercy.
In game 2 of a second round series, you're already getting double OT. Yeah, I know Carolina fans are hurting right now because
we got some in town here. With the owner of the Carolina Hurricane, Tom Dunn, he's from Dallas.
Man, I love playoff hockey. It's different. The question of the day today, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. What is your favorite rivalry of all time? You can go sports. You can go fictional characters. You can go Scottie Pippen and MJ. You could go
K-Dot and Drizzy.
You can go whatever you want. There's just so many people that have so much hatred in their bodies right now.
We're talking beef.
That I just want to know what your favorite, rivalry or beef of all time is.
James?
Man, there's so many to go with. I mean, you already mentioned the most recent beef that we have in the rap game with Kendrick and Drake. There's a lot of good ones to choose from. I mean, when you think sports, I mean, that list doesn't get any better for you because it's such a broad list when you go to every single sport. I mean, when you think of Rangers, Astros, that's the most basic one you can think of as a Rangers fan.
I'll give you one right off the top of my head.
Let's hear it.
Texas OU. Football.
There's another really good one.
Football, just right off the bat.
That one is... I love that because now that I've gotten older, I know more people that actually have a dog in the fight, people that have been or are attending currently one of the two schools. So I see how truly hate-filled that rivalry is.
Oh, I'm telling you something, and it is, when they say you can throw out the records, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, one team could be undefeated, the other team could have like 4 losses going into the game.
Yeah.
And anything could happen.
Yeah, it's just like brand new season right then and there.
And that sometimes, depending upon how the season's going, the teams, that could make that season. Just beating the other team.
See, and I finally got to see it firsthand. Big 12 championship a few years ago at AT&T Stadium. It was the Kyler Murray OU Sooners, and
that's when he started owning that building.
Yep, and the Sam Ehlinger Longhorns going against each other for the Big 12 title. And my buddy Chandler, he goes to UT. He's actually graduating here in a few days, so shout out Chandler. He was still in high school at the time. I think I was as well. And he got some really good tickets, like club level tickets. And he was like, you can only go on one condition. And I'm a lifelong Texas hater. I can't stand the University of Texas.
I went to OU, so I agree.
And he said, you can go with me for free under one condition. You have to wear my Texas hoodie. And
no.
I actually had to think about it because I hate that school so much.
But you wanted to see the game.
Yeah, but I wanted to see the game in the club seats. So I was like, fine. And I got cursed out by so many strangers wearing red that day. And I was like,
red?
Hey, yeah.
You mean orange? Burnt orange?
No, because I was wearing a Texas hoodie. I meant to say Texas. I said OU. Because I was wearing a Texas hoodie because he goes to Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I was getting cursed out by so many strangers wearing OU gear, and I was like, I'm one of you, I promise. I just wanted the free ticket. I wanted the free ticket. That's all I wanted.
They looked at you and told you sit on a throne of lies with that red on.
Pretty much. And as soon as Kyler Murray scored his millionth touchdown of the game, I took the hoodie off and I was just like, I'm just here.
Yeah.
I'm just a dude. Yeah, I'm just a dude. I have no dog in the fight. I'm laughing every time OU scores at this point. Just because the guy that I have to drive home with now is going to be dead silent.
Yeah.
On the car ride home. And guess what? He was. So
you got the last laugh.
Oh, yeah. And it was wonderful. I felt bad a little bit just because he's my friend, but I was like, should have known it was coming. But Kyler was so good. I was like, y'all never stood a chance that year. Never.
I don't think Kyler's lost in that building. I mean, he didn't lose in high school. He didn't lose at OU. He didn't lose with the Cardinals at AT&T Stadium. I think he's undefeated. I think that's his house.
Pretty much is.
He's got the key.
Yeah, it's the house that Kyler built that Aaron Rodgers laid the foundation for.
Eli did too.
Yeah, and Eli. Man, there's a lot of unfortunate history in that building for so many reasons. But obviously, I bring this question up because of Drake and Kendrick, because even if you aren't a hip-hop fan or if you barely know who those two guys are,
you've heard of this.
You've heard of this
beef. Yes.
Because it is going
transcendent,
international. It's transcending music. There's already a Dodgers player walking up to one of Kendrick's diss tracks.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I think it was Gavin Lux who walked up to it.
It was Gavin Lux.
Yeah. And he walked up to Not Like Us just yesterday. And the song was only out for like a day or two, and he's already walking up to it.
That's all you need, man.
Yeah. And so I don't think Drake can show his face in the city of Los Angeles anymore. You have it being played.
616 in L.A.?
Yeah. You have it being played in arenas during games, and you have DJs already playing the Drake diss tracks. And not to mention, Drake's most recent response track was kind of weak.
Yeah,
so Kendrick is still up in the series. You know, it's a 7-game series. This could still, get out of hand either way, but Kendrick still has the lead. And it's at the point where a security guard was shot outside of Drake's house.
Yes, that's the latest
this morning. Yeah, drive-by shooting. And I think it was, The Weeknd has been involved in this beef as well. He's on the Kendrick side of things, the Metro side of things.
And he's from Toronto. He's from Six, just like Six guy.
Exactly.
And they used to be tight friends.
And I think it was The Weeknd's manager who just last week got shot at as well. Like, this is turning into a real life situation.
It shouldn't go like that. It shouldn't be like Biggie and Tupac. It shouldn't go like that. East Coast, West Coast. And this is why I'm saying, like, this is why, the weaponry doesn't even need to be involved, because it's always collateral damage. And I'm bringing this up because, was it last year, one of the Migos died at a bowling alley. They had a birthday party down in Houston, and Takeoff is dead because of collateral damage from somebody in the entourage who just pulled out his piece. And it wasn't even involved in Takeoff. Takeoff was the low-key, nice guy between Offset and Quavo. It's like, you got to be kidding me. You lose Takeoff because he just happened to be there. That's what's going to happen.
From the 214, Nas and Jay-Z. That's a good one.
Yeah.
From the 214, I like this one. This one's creative. Ford versus Chevy versus Dodge in pickup trucks.
That's such an underrated one that probably not a lot of people are using.
Yeah, this is wonderful. And from the 254, NBA on TNT was playing the latest Kendrick diss on the way to commercial break.
Look out. See?
Yeah.
Subliminal.
Like, everybody's taking Kendrick's side at this point. It's hilarious. Wolverine versus Cyclops from the 469. Professor X versus Magneto as well. Spider-Man versus Venom. Lots of superheroes and villains.
Yeah.
Pacers and Knicks. I miss 90s basketball from the 214. Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Vince McMahon from the 817. I appreciate that reference. Thank you. Brady versus Manning from the 214.
Oh, yeah.
Someone said AM on the FM versus the payload.
That's the one I'm waiting for. I've loved this so far.
I love
you guys
that.
been going back and forth.
Keep those coming in, your favorite beefs, your favorite rivalries, if you will. In life in general, you can take it as creative as you want. 877-881-1053.
Alec, what do you think about UTA versus UNT?
Now that's another local.
In the broadcast world, especially, that's turned into a very real thing.
In the local broadcast world.
I did want to read this. You know the name Jordan Mailata for various reasons. Obviously, NFC East rival of the Philadelphia Eagles, a very talented offensive lineman, a fantastic singer, as well as you've heard.
Know that.
On Jason Kelsey's Christmas album, he's featured heavily on it.
I didn't know that.
He's a big Tongan, and they all, for some reason, are very good singers.
Are you saying if I went over there to Bedford to this day, because that's where a lot of Tongans are, in Hercules, Bedford, I could hear a nice choir.
You have them Tongans, Samoans, all of them. They can
Islanders
sing. And I don't know why, and it's awesome that they all can. But he's really good at everything. He's a massive dude. He's 6'8", 374 pounds.
And got pipes?
Yep. So he was on the Dave Chang show, and they were talking about a bunch of different things. But since he's so huge, they said, "What do you eat before games?" So
everything.
he is superstitious, so he eats the exact same dinner on the night prior to every game. Here is what he eats for dinner. An entire box of bow tie pasta with shrimp, rosé sauce, spinach, sun-dried tomatoes, garlic, salt, pepper, and chili flakes, a 20-ounce steak, 3 pieces of garlic bread.
With all those.
And a Sprite.
Goodness. And a Sprite.
Yep, to top it off, to wash it all down. In addition to his food intake, he gets an IV drip while he eats to stay hydrated. Come morning time, of course, it's time to eat again. So before the game, for breakfast, what does the big left tackle dominate? 8 egg omelet, 4 eggs, 4 whites, with spinach, mushrooms, cheese, and sometimes, depending on how he's feeling, avocado, and, depending on the size, 4 to 8 pancakes.
Wow.
And an orange juice. He eats all of that before playing in an NFL game.
Wow. That's crazy, but that's a big guy.
I get it when you're 6'8", 370 pounds. You got to eat, but you never realize how much these guys actually eat. Like, I love seeing Dwayne Johnson on Instagram every now and then. He'll post his cheat meals that he has like once a month, and it'll be literally like 15 pancakes and, you know, all of these different fruits and sweets and stuff. It's like the fact that you can actually consume all that without it all coming back up again at some point.
And swimmers are like that too. They eat like 3,000 calories a meal or something.
Because they burn so many.
But this Tongan doesn't burn that. I just keep wondering, how long is he in the bathroom? Just how long?
I want to know.
I'm not trying to figure out how many pounds he loses in the bathroom.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out how long he's in there.
How many minutes a day does he spend?
Minutes.
And
how many books does he read on?
And how many and how many toilets have been replaced?
Thank you.
And
and
how many times a week does he have to scrub? Because it's got to get pretty nasty. That's a large human.
Woo, mercy.
That's AM on the FM right here on the Get Right for the first time in a million months. And it's only been like 4.
Nighttime, AM on the FM and the PM.
Guess what? It'll be back on Thursday as well. Full show, 7 to 11, with me and Blake Elliott. But
Young Guns.
We got one final segment here to keep you up to date on both playoff games between your Dallas Stars and the Dallas Mavericks, and we'll keep you up to date on those matchups as at the end of 2, it's still 3-2 for the Dallas Stars, and it is 99-87 in favor of the Thunder over the Mavericks with about 7:40 left in the game. We will update those scores when we come back for the final call next on the Get Right.
Coming up on your Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, we got a recap of the Mavs and the Stars game, plus the Ranger game. Dirk's Bentley ticket giveaway in the Expressway, and Brett Boone joins the show at 9:20. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, Discover.
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
job of taking care of my parents with their new Honda Accord. I appreciated their patience, multiple product recommendations, and courtesy. Thanks for making the process so simple and convenient. My best always to you and your company. Miss Thompson says, I just want you to know what a fantastic job Autoflex did. You're quick, responsive, and pleasant to work with. I'm so happy with the car you found for me. I had a new car in my hands within 24 hours of our first conversation. Unbelievable. Thank you for your excellent customer service. Well, that's just a sample of what thousands of Autoflex customers just like you feel when they experience the Autoflex difference. Give them a call today at 972-234-1234 or visit them online at Autoflex.com. New car leasing and used car leasing. That's what Autoflex does best.
Autoflex lease, oh yeah.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
That is James Tritley. Want to thank him for his hard work here on the Get Right tonight and get used to the name. You're going to hear a lot more of him in the near future. If you want a spoiler alert for the late night audience, Memorial Day, you might want to listen from 11 to 3. This is the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. One final time for the final call. My name is Alec Medford, and we have the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Reminder that the Get Right returns on Thursday. It'll be myself and Blake Elliott taking you from 7 to 11, getting you caught up to speed around the world of sports and getting ready for more playoff action. So check us out. Thursday, 7 to 11. You've got a doubleheader tomorrow, Rangers and A's, that will take up most of your day. So turn it on and leave it on. Pregame for Game 1 starts at 2 o'clock here in the mighty Metroplex. And going to be a great day for sports. Going to be a great day for some Rangers baseball. Hopefully the offense stays plenty as they were today. 15-8. Feels like I'm reading a UFL score every time I read that one out loud.
2-point conversions.
Yeah. And hey, I know it's against the A's, but I was just talking this weekend about how the offense was legitimately starting to worry me. Maybe not so much now, because the guys that were ice cold are starting to break out of it. And it's nice to see Marcus Semien hitting the long ball again. And like you pointed out earlier, no Wyatt Langford, no Josh Young.
Exactly.
And the offense is still like slowly but surely starting to figure things out.
The back of the lineup showing up.
Yeah, so you're going to want to listen tomorrow right here on these very airwaves. Your home of the world champs is The Fan. We are still in the second intermission at the AAC, 3-2. The Colorado Avalanche score a couple of power play goals, but it's still a 1-score lead.
Alec, I have some bad news for you about that one. It's a tie game.
Oh, it's back now.
It is 3-3.
Box score is lying to me.
We got to get the TVs changed in here, the flat screens.
Yeah, because they changed on us.
Yeah,
I thought they changed. I thought you changed it back. Oh man. Oh yeah, they changed on you. That's right. When they went over to ESPNU, now ESPN.
Yep. So
they're not helping you out very well.
Yeah, we've got a softball on right now. Number 12 Georgia versus number 19 Mississippi State.
Not a bad matchup, but still. You know.
Because that's the one game that everybody around here is talking about.
Meanwhile, up in Oklahoma City,
108-89.
The Thunder has opened up their lead, and it's even bigger than that now. It's 111-89, 5 minutes and 14 seconds left to play. What's going on is this. Luca's got 19.6 rebounds, 9 assists, but the problem is he's 1 for 8 for 3. 1 for 8 from the 3-point mark. That needs got to be bothering him. Kyrie, much better from the 3. He's 3 out of 4 from 3-point land, but he's got 20 points. If they have any hope, and I don't know if they can overcome this with only this few minutes left, it would have to be a Kyrie explosion. Daniel Gafford's been solid, 16 points, 11 rebounds. Josh Green, 11 points off the bench. Tim Hardaway Jr. only has 2 points. He's 1 of 5 from the field. Derek Lively, second, only has 2 points coming off the bench. Again, the Dallas Mavericks look like they're going to go down and lose game 1. But that's the deal. Oklahoma City, well rested. They have home court advantage. They have the best record in the West. Mavericks going to win this series. They're going to have to steal one of these games, maybe game 2. I did not think that the Mavericks would win game 1. I just never thought
I had them losing this game from the get-go. But, it's just been a rough start because obviously you miss Maxi Kleber. You miss him a lot.
Yeah. But let's talk about SGA? What's been happening in his game?
It's the same game he's been playing all year.
29 points. And guess what? How many free throws are those? How many free throws did he make to get those 29 points? How about 11 out of 13?
It's abysmal.
Been living on the free throw line.
Sorry, the officiating in this game. Like, I'm not even trying to say that this is the one reason that the Mavericks are losing this game, because it's not. The officiating has just been awful. You can't even get within a 3-foot radius. You know what it feels like? It feels like when you play intramural football, like flag football, and if you're ever covering the opposite gender, you have to put your arms behind your back and you have to stay at least 3 strides behind them to give them a chance. That's what it is with SGA, because if you even get near him and you put an arm out to try and deflect something, he gets superstar treatment, which, guess what? He is a superstar. I'm not taking anything away from him, but 90% of his points come from the foul stripe, and it's so irritating because you know it's going to happen every game, and there is no way to stop it because he just gets the whistle that way all the time. And apparently it's going to be a theme this series, and the Mavs are just going to have to work around it. And I think they'll find a way. I still think they'll win the series. This changes nothing for me.
What do you think, Mavs in 6 or 7?
Yeah, I said Mavs in 6, and this game changes nothing, but this game did just remind me that you're going to have to work against a lot of different things, and the 2 biggest ones being that you are going to miss Maxi, and you are going to draw a lot of fouls because of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You're going to receive a lot.
And you're going to have everybody step up because Luca is not playoff Luca.
He does
Luka's
not look like
injured.
himself.
Nope. And he has,
all.
9 turnovers, I believe.
Yeah, and a couple of them were tough luck, but there were a few, especially early in the first quarter. Like he tried to throw one of those 50-yard touchdown passes, to Daniel Gafford, and it was just right into a defender's arms. Some of those just trying to do too much early on, which I get it. You're trying to set the tone. You're trying to step on their throat immediately, which it looked like at the beginning of the game they had a chance to do.
Yeah.
But it just kind of got away from them. Luca looked good early on outside of a couple of those turnovers, but it's clear that knee is still bothering him, and that's going to be a thing that you're just going to have to work around.
Exactly. And again, the Mavericks, they got 7 games to try to figure this thing out. They make adjustments, and that's what you're going to see what they can do. Last series, they knocked out the oldest team in the league, the Clippers. This is the youngest team in the league, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and you're going to have to try to work their youth against them. In other words, there may be things that the Thunder doesn't know yet. I forgot they have an old head on the bench. What's his name?
Gordon Hayward?
Gordon Hayward's on that team. I forgot he was there. He got a couple of spot minutes in there. James, who do you think's going to win the series?
Man, I think it's a homer thing to say, but I think it's the right answer. It's got to be Mavs in 7. This is a tough Thunder team. Mavs have to take care of business.
15 turnovers for the Mavericks, says the 972, compared to 9 for OKC.
Yeah.
And OKC, obviously they've scored over 110 points, but they haven't been perfect on offense. They've definitely given you some chances. And one thing that I didn't like real quick is the Mavs rebounding hasn't been great tonight either. Uncharacteristically not great. So that's something that I don't think that's going to be a theme. I think that the rebounding will get better, and we saw how they bounced back after game 1 of last series. So I think they're fine. This is just one of those games that you're just like, so many different things can irritate you. Number 1 being the refs for me, but some bad decisions as well. That's it for us here on the Get Right. We're back on Thursday, myself and Blake Elliott, but for James Tritley, for the 3-time Hall of Famer, my name is Alec Medford. Have a good night. Remember, it's still Mavs in 6.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
The Auto Award season is here, and our friends at D&M Leasing have some exciting news to share. Cars.com named D&M the top leasing company in the United States for the 10th year in a row, and we're so grateful for our clients. But there's more. Cars.com also ranked D&M the top dealership in the Southwest region of the United States, regardless of vehicle make, for client experience. Call today or visit them online at dmautoleasing.com and start saving.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
We get it. Between work, errands, and life's curveballs, laundry can feel like an endless battle. But what if you could reclaim those precious hours? Bundles 360 is here to be your laundry champion. We offer convenient pickup and drop-off, along with lightning-fast turnaround. Look good, smell good, and feel good today with Bundles 360. Call 817-617-2273 or order service online at bundles360.net today. Bundles 360, the standard in laundry care in North Texas.
My mom's the bomb. Her hugs are so good there's a wait list. Her laughter is the life of the party. Her smile makes everyone smile. Everything worth knowing, I learned from her. That's why this Mother's Day, I'm heading to Hellsberg Diamonds. They have beautiful diamond bands, pendants, hoops, and studs up to 50% off. Hellsberg makes it easy to find a gift she'll love, one that hopefully she'll pass down to me one day, along with her secret to perfect hugs. Save big on mom-worthy gifts at a Hellsberg store near you or at hellsberg.com. Hurry, Mother's Day is Sunday, May 12th.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?